Chapter 989. The night was dark, and the scarlet moonlight came in through the window. The Holy Spirit City was dyed a seductive crimson red, giving it a unique feeling. In an extremely luxurious room in the Heavenly Beast Pavilion, Yun Nuashing and the others were sitting on the sofa. There was originally a large table in the middle, but it had now been moved to the side, leaving a relatively large empty space. On the ground, there was an azure array formation that was about 10 feet in size. The core of the array was a brilliant golden color, and there were many patterns that were connected to the core of the array. Although it looked very powerful, it was not a special array formation. It was just a special array formation that was used to bear weight. Seeing Chu Yingzhan's sparkling eyes, Yun Nuashing could not help but say, "Don't be so excited. It's just an ordinary load-bearing array formation." After saying that, he searched in the pendant for a while. After about 10 seconds, he took out a huge object and placed it in the center of the array formation with a boom. He did not let the slightest sound out. Originally, if this kind of huge object was smashed down, it would be able to smash through the floor. With the array formation, this kind of trouble was avoided. Don't tell me this is another fairy's item. Yuan, she rolled his eyes and looked at the object that Yun Nuashing took out. It was an irregular stone. The lower end was wide, and the higher it went, the smaller it became. This stone was extremely bright, and there was a bright area in the center. It was as dazzling as the sun, and the surroundings were a mixture of purple and black. There were twinkling stars, and it looked like a star field. Oh, it's not a fairy's item this time. Yun Nuashing shook his head. He stretched out his hand and knocked on the 3-meter-tall stone. He said, "The melted starstone is a very special material. Although it can be used for forging, its exact purpose is not to forge weapons, nor is it used to arrange arrays or alchemy." "What's that for?" Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes. Yun Nuashing smiled and said, "It's used to carry the 3,000 celestial luck. When we enter the Saint Spirit miracle, we don't know what form we will obtain the celestial luck. This melting starstone can collect the celestial luck that you obtain. Take a piece with you. When the time comes, don't fuse the celestial luck that you obtain. Store it in the melting starstone, and I will tell you how to use it. If you hastily fuse it with your body, it will dissipate easily and cause unnecessary waste." Everyone tilted their heads and nodded after a moment. Since he had said so, they would do as he said. After all, what he said would not be wrong. Go and break off 2 pieces. After breaking off 1 piece, break off another piece. Don't break them all at once. This is the mother stone of the melted starstone. It can detect the maximum capacity of the celestial luck that you can hold at this time, Yun Nuashing said. Yuan, she responded with an "oh." He walked forward and stretched out his right hand, just as his palm touched the melting starstone, and was about to ask how to break it off. A piece of the stone silently fell off. Ah. Yuan, she was stunned. The piece that he broke off was about the size of a head. It did not have a regular shape. There was a bright ball of light in the center, and it was surrounded by purple and black starlight that blended together to form the color of the star field. When he turned back to look at the melting star stone's mother stone, he saw that the mother stone did not change in size at all. He was very sure that he had just broken off a piece, but he did not see any changes in its size. He stretched out his hand again, suspiciously. Since he had to break off another piece anyway, he stretched out his hand and gently grabbed it. Another piece fell off. It was exactly the same as the piece that he had just obtained. There was no difference at all. As for the mother stone, there was still no change. The melting star stone's mother stone's body is not just a small piece. The 2 pieces that you broke off are not even considered as a dandruff, Yun Nuashing said with a smile when she saw his doubts. Then how big is the mother stone? As Chu Yingzhan spoke, she also walked forward and grabbed a piece. It was also about the size of a head. It was slightly bigger than Yuan, she's melting starstone by half a size. About. Yun Nuashing pinched her fingers and pointed to the sky. About the size of a moon. Everyone, then it really can't even be considered as a dandruff. This size was a little too exaggerated. No wonder they had to set up a load-bearing array. If something as big as a moon was placed here, it would probably flatten the heavenly beast pavilion. Xian, Ming, and the others also walked forward and dug out a piece. They could obtain it without any effort at all. This was the choice of the melting starstone's mother stone. How much it could contain depended on its own capacity. Among them, the melting starstone that Bing Air dug out was the largest. It was a perfectly round sphere with a diameter of about 1 meter. Seeing her holding the ball with both hands and covering half of her body behind it, everyone wanted to laugh out loud. Ming looked at the melting starstone that was the size of a wash basin in her hands. She was a little puzzled. "Brother, is there anything particular about the capacity of the celestial fate?" "It depends on the degree of compatibility between oneself and the celestial fate. If one's realm is still low, it has nothing to do with one's realm. Only when one becomes a high-level god will it have something to do with one's realm. At that time, one's rules and causality will continue to strengthen, enough to cause a qualitative change. Naturally, it will also affect these," Yun Nuashing said. "Oh." Xian lowered her head and played with a melting starstone that was about the same size as Ming's melting starstone. Then she glanced at Bing Air, who was holding a ball in a flurry. She smiled and said, "It seems that Bing Air is quite compatible with the celestial fate." Yun Nuashing thought for a while. "It seems that because of the soul contract it has been affected by me, so its capacity is larger." As soon as she said this, everyone's cheeks twitched. This was blatant cheating. Keep one. After entering the divine miracle, try to fill up the other one as much as possible. Yun Nuashing said. She thought for a while and said, "Along the way you may feel that the celestial fate that you collect feels a little different. But it's not a problem. Just take it back together. Oh, by the way, use more of the mysterious Yin Qi and mysterious Yang Qi that you have now. Those can better capture the celestial fate. With the means that you have now, it's too easy for the celestial fate to dissipate. The celestial fate is very fragile. Be careful when you collect it. Oh, by the way, make do with these weapons for a while." Yun Nuashing seemed to have thought of something. With a wave of his hand, he threw down a large pile of high-grade weapons. When everyone saw this, their cheeks twitched. These were all level 8 and 9 high-grade divine weapons. There's a suppression in the divine miracle. These weapons can at most unleash the power of divine level 5, which is around the divine emperor level. They're just for emergencies." Yun Nuashing said. Yuan, she smiled bitterly. "Even so, we can't unleash too much power from divine, level 5 divine weapons. Speaking of which, I don't quite understand how the divine spirit body can use the power of divine weapons." "Me?" Yun Nuashing pointed at herself and thought for a while. Then she said, "I don't think I've said it before. Let me put it simply. We have an energy carrier and divine weapons are the same. Any weapon that can be forged has its own energy carrier. That's the power of the weapon itself. When ordinary people use divine weapons, they need to use their own power to activate the weapon's power. At this time, they will borrow a small part of the weapon's power, but they will also unleash the power of the weapon's corresponding realm. The closer their power is, the more power they can borrow. And if the weapon recognizes its master as a natal weapon, no matter the difference in realm, they will be able to use 50% of the weapon's power. Although the difference in realm is too great, they will be able to unleash 100% of the weapon's power. And I, the divine spirit body, can unleash all the power of the divine weapon without limit. I can unleash 2 or even 4 times the power of the divine weapon itself. As for the latter, I have to unleash the power of the divine mark. Oh, by the way, even if I don't use the divine weapon, I can still use the energy carried by the divine weapon. It's equivalent to a backup energy source. Anyway, I can replenish it." Hearing this, everyone's cheeks trembled. This guy was the freak of the freaks. There was no explanation for this. His physique was too heaven-defying. No wonder he was targeted. Feeling that he had explained enough, Yun Nuashing put away the melted starstone, stretched, and yawned. "That's it. Wash up and go to bed. We can go to the divine miracle the day after tomorrow. We'll talk about the rest there." Everyone looked at his lazy appearance and looked at each other. They shrugged helplessly and said goodbye to each other. Then they walked towards their rooms. The next morning, when the sky had just turned bright, Yun Nuashing woke up. He felt an unusual aura lingering between heaven and earth. He was so startled that he used the Thousand Dreams mantra to interrupt his light sleep. He jumped up immediately and woke up the two people who were sleeping beside him. Ming was still a little confused. However, he took out the angelic, sacred sword in an instant. Golden flames whistled around his body. Xian also instantly pinched the 5 elements heavenly formation that she had created. The two women faced each other and entered a state of alert. Yun Nuashing looked at the two women's reflexes in a daze. He was dumbfounded. "You, what are you doing?" Hearing this, the two women were also startled. They carefully sensed for a moment, but didn't feel anything wrong. They smiled embarrassedly, knowing that they were being overly sensitive. Their beautiful faces blushed slightly. "Didn't we see you suddenly jump up and thought something unexpected happened?" Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. He smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Then he said seriously, "It can't be considered an unexpected thing," but as he spoke his expression became a little strange. He looked outside with a strange smile. "This aura, how nostalgic. It's been a long time. I didn't expect it to be something that it left behind. I can't forget this aura." How could he forget? A single clue had turned the entire deity realm upside down. He felt that, in a certain sense, that ancient life form was also considerably powerful. The person wasn't here, but he had left behind a clue that might be true or false, and it had caused the entire deity realm to be in a state of turmoil and bloodshed. It hadn't been peaceful for 16 trillion years. Is this divine miracle really left behind by that ancient life form? Dozens of eras ago. Xian immediately understood. She looked a little surprised. Dong, dong, dong. The sudden sound of the large bell and large drum was accompanied by the momentum of wind and thunder. It spread throughout the entire holy spiritual city, causing the expressions of countless people to tremble as they hurriedly raised their heads. Those who were still sleeping were also woken up as they extended their heads out of the window in confusion. In the Holy Spirit City's City Lord Mansion, a dozen lights suddenly appeared. They stood in the air of the Holy Spirit City. The middle-aged man who talked with Yin, Nuashing the day before, opened his mouth and shouted, "The divine miracle is opening today." Countless people's expressions changed. The divine miracle, which was supposed to open tomorrow, had opened earlier today. However, some of the people who knew about the divine miracle weren't too surprised. They already knew that there would be fluctuations in the timing. It could open earlier or later. As far as they were concerned, the limit was no more than 5 days. It was only 1 day earlier. Therefore, after the voice sounded, countless figures in the Holy Spirit City rushed into the sky. The middle-aged man and his group left a mark in the sky. Everyone quickly followed the mark and chased into the distance. "Let's go too," Yun Nuashing said to the two girls. Then, a surge of star power brewed in her throat. She shouted at the top of her voice, "Yuan Shi, nightmare, crazy girl, lazy bums, wake up, it's time to go." The roar shook the earth and the mountains. It startled everyone who was sleeping soundly in their beds. It seemed that the formation he set up here had made everyone sleep too soundly. They didn't even hear the middle-aged man's roar, and only woke up now. The group quickly tidied up and rushed out of the Heavenly Beast Pavilion. They followed the large group and rushed out of the city. However, they didn't fly very far out of the city. After about 1,000 miles, they saw a group of people landing on a huge formation on the ground. They rushed into it and disappeared. The divine miracle is hidden in there? No wonder I couldn't find it. Yun Nuashing looked at the formation, and a look of realization flashed across her eyes. She waved her hand, and the group quickly rushed into the formation. After rushing into the formation, everyone felt the ripples of teleportation. Their vision blurred, and their bodies trembled. When they came back to their senses, they saw a light purple sky. It was as if the sky was filled with poisonous fog. There was an unpleasant smell in the air, causing everyone to frown. However, there was nothing wrong with the smell. It was just unpleasant. The people who had just rushed into the formation gathered here. Yun Nuashing and her group were considered the slowest group. By the time they arrived, many people had already gathered here. There were few people beside the middle-aged man. Their auras were similar to his. In addition, there were a few young men standing there. Their strength was around the Divine King level. These young men were probably the guides that the middle-aged man mentioned. Yun Nuashing and her group calmed down and looked around. Only then did they see that there was a huge barrier enveloping them. There was an inexplicable aura drifting between heaven and earth. Moreover, it was constantly changing. Thousands of auras could be felt in this place. 72 layers of overlapping space. Yun Nuashing recognized the layers of space in this place with a single glance. Even he couldn't help but twitch and roll his eyes. Just how afraid was that ancient life form that someone would find this place? What do you mean by space? What do you mean? Make it simple. Chu Yingzhan didn't understand. She hurriedly pulled on his colorful hair. Yun Nuashing sighed softly. She said to everyone through their souls. In other words, there are 72 layers of space surrounding this place. It's to conceal this space. Its concealment is enough to trap a heavenly god to death. This is because the 72 layers of space are constantly changing. They are like layers upon layers of sturdy boxes, hiding this space at the bottom. The only difference is that the boxes can be opened one layer at a time. However, you can't tell if you've searched this space or not. In short, even a heavenly god can be exhausted to death. Everyone suddenly understood. It was another torturous trick that the heavenly gods had come up with. That's not right. Yuan, she came to a realization. Since it can toy a heavenly god to death, how did it get exposed? Time, of course. Moreover, this space obviously focuses on concealment. Its defense isn't strong. It's already reached its limit after blocking 3 great reincarnation cycles. People who came later took advantage of it. Yun Nuashing shrugged. After a while, no one else came in from outside the teleportation formation. Yun Nuashing raised her head and looked in front of her. There were so many people that she couldn't see the end of them. She didn't know how many tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands there were. At the very front, there were 5 stone towers that were more than 100 meters tall. At this moment, there were 5 figures standing on top of those stone towers. Yun Nuashing recognized one of them. It was that middle-aged man. The 5 divine emperors of the Holy Spirit City. They were the ones who opened the passageway to the Holy Spirit miracle every year, Nightmare said. Yun Nuashing nodded. It seems that even if they know how to open the Holy Spirit miracle, they still have to put in a lot of effort. I wonder what the countless heavenly gods would think if they knew that the thing they had painstakingly searched for 16 trillion years had been picked up by a group of people. Everyone thought for a moment. They felt that they should be so angry that they would sit up from their coffins. The concealment of the 72 levels of space is at its weakest today. No wonder I could feel this aura. It's probably the best time to open the Holy Spirit miracle now, Yun Nuashing said. Fairy Yu. A voice came from beside Yun Nuashing, causing the group to turn their heads in unison. They saw the Emperor of War approaching with Qing Yu and the others. Qing Yu smiled sweetly at Yun Nuashing and said, "Little sister Yun Nuashing, please take care of us after we go in. If we can't see each other, we'll meet again at the final destination." Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. Yuan Shi and the others had their backs to him and were muttering something. Yesterday, they saw the former talking to Qing Yu and the others in the heavenly beast pavilion. They didn't expect that he would be able to recognize them after only meeting them once in the 9 Milky Way. Should they say that he was indeed a little star? Yun Nuashing looked back maliciously at Yuan Shi and the others, who had a solemn expression before he looked over. He was suspicious and felt that someone was speaking ill of him behind his back just now. While they were talking on the 5 stone towers, the 5 middle-aged men's hand seals changed at the same time. 5 pillars of energy burst out from their bodies. Then the 5 stone towers became brighter. The ground between the empty stone towers suddenly lit up. Lines of patterns emerged from the ground. Blue light constantly appeared, drawing and weaving on the ground. Gradually, the embryonic form of an array appeared. Yun Nuashing opened his eye of the ocean to take a look. When he saw that it was another transmission array, his forehead darkened. How prepared was that old bastard? Consecutive transmissions, the 5 of them, did not erupt with extremely strong power. They only used a very special method to guide the formation to appear. The light purple sky changed a little because of the surging energy here. The sky darkened a little, and some people seemed to see another world appear in the sky in a daze. Everyone noticed it too. Instinctively, they felt that it wasn't an illusion. Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at the other sky that was flickering in the sky like an illusion. He said, "Those are the other 72 hidden spaces." The surging of the 5 pillars of energy became more intense. The array on the ground also quickly took shape. Yun Nuashing's aura kept increasing in his senses, causing his expression to become slightly more serious. It's finally here. This secret that is 70 eras late. Let me solve it. The array has been activated. It can only last for 3 minutes. Everyone enter quickly. While he was in a daze, the middle-aged man's shout rang out like thunder. Everyone was shocked. Only 3 minutes. Suddenly, everyone shouted and squeezed forward with all their might. Those who rushed to the front rushed into the array and disappeared. Countless people behind rushed forward, but they also disappeared instantly when they came into contact with the array. They weren't obstructed at all. "Let's go too." Yun Nuashing turned to look at everyone and said, "Zien," and the others nodded. The Emperor of War and the others also laughed. Then, a group of people rushed out in the next second. They bypassed the huge crowd and rushed into the array from the side. Buzz! The teleportation experience this time wasn't as smooth as before. It was like hitting a wall made of sponge. There was a mass impact, but there wasn't any pain. However, his head felt dizzy, and he felt his whole body being thrown out. Obviously, this teleportation array wasn't stable. The middle-aged man and the others were already at their limit. They couldn't guarantee that the teleportation process would be completely stable. Yun Nuashing was swayed until a bunch of stars appeared in front of his eyes. He didn't know how many times he spun, as if he was being swept around in a whirlpool. A few minutes later, the whirlpool slapped him and sent him flying. A centrifugal force surged into his body. He hurriedly opened his eyes and saw that the ground was rapidly approaching him at an angle. Yun Nuashing quickly adjusted his landing position. He turned around and landed safely on the ground. Before he could stand firm, he felt a soft body on his back, causing him to stagger. Then he was hit again, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. He bit the ground, and the smell of the earth entered his mouth. "Who's the unlucky one?" Yun Nuashing propped himself up angrily. When he turned his head, he saw Little Moon lying on his back. Mei Mao's eyes were like mosquito coils, and she was dizzy. And on her back was an equally dizzy Yu. His temper instantly disappeared. The sound of wind breaking was getting closer and closer to him. Yun Nuashing hurriedly stood up and saw Chu Xianling and Chu Qin drawing a strange arc in the air and smashing towards him. Looking at their dizzy looks, it was obvious that they didn't have time to react. Seeing that they were about to hit the ground, he hurriedly rushed over and waved his hands to create 2 gusts of wind, which slowed down the speed of the two. Then he stretched out his hands to catch one of them and gently placed them on the ground. Yun Nuashing shook his head, which was still a little dizzy from the spinning. He looked around and muttered to himself for a while. This aura was really familiar. The rules here, the aura here, and the heaven and earth here were exactly the same as that world. They also contained the aura of the 8 elements realm in the primordial age. It was primitive and ancient, and there were traces of the passage of time everywhere. The 3,000 star ruins. It's the smell of that place again, Yun Nuashing murmured. The corners of his mouth curled into an inexplicable arc. He was a little emotional. This was a secret that spanned 70 eras. Originally, he didn't care much about it. He didn't expect that he would become the only remaining witness of that era. Chapter 990. What kind of land was this? Yun Nuashing couldn't tell. This wasn't a normal space. Well, it wasn't a space that had evolved normally. Many places had signs of being broken. Within a radius of 100 meters, there were almost 1,000 turbulent points of rules. However, this wouldn't have any effect on the primary level gods because they couldn't feel it. Only Yun Nuashing could see it. Those turbulent rules acted on the space itself and wouldn't have any negative effects on them. The sky, if it could be called a sky, it was a chaotic and broken starry sky. It was a splendid star region with endless starlight hanging in the sky. It didn't look like the star region at night at all. It was more like being in the star region with starlight everywhere. It was dark everywhere. A broken and dim sun could be seen hanging by the side. Some kind of power had completely cut it into 2 halves. The cross-section healed by itself and became 2 hemispheres facing each other. There was no dazzling light or the scorching feeling of the sun. It was like a decoration. The surface of the sun was like a magma ocean that was undulating. This space is really terrible. Yun Nuashing frowned. There were broken rules everywhere. His senses were too sensitive. Even if they couldn't affect him, he could still sense them. Among the primary level gods, only he could feel the fluctuations of rules so clearly. It was very uncomfortable. The book of the era appeared in his hand. Yun Nuashing checked it slightly and understood what was going on with this space. This space was created by a kind of power that was full of creativity. It evolved on its own. No one controlled or interfered with it. As a result, it formed such a terrible space. This power was the power of that ancient life. It permeated every inch of the space. It was a very special power of stars. Astral energy that can evolve on its own. Interesting. Back then, I didn't sense it so clearly. Yun Nuashing gave an inexplicable smile. It might be the first person in the history of the universe to possess the power of the stars. Of course, excluding the mythological era, there were very few people who possessed the power of the stars. Be it in the primordial era or this era, it had not seen many people who possessed the power of the stars. In the primordial era or this era, it had seen 1 or 2 people who possessed the power of the stars. But in this era, there was no one who possessed the power of the stars. The experts of the 12 star palaces only used ordinary God Yuan, although they did have a way to borrow the power of the stars. Using the power of the stars like this did not have a soul. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. All right, it was already good enough for an ordinary person to be able to borrow the power of the stars. As for condensing the power of the stars, many methods had probably been lost in the passing of those eras. Well, now is not the time to talk about this. Yun Nuashing was helpless. It patted Little Moon, who was subconsciously hugging it and still feeling dizzy, and said, Are you feeling better? Oh. Little Moon tilted her head in a daze and nodded to the side. Yun Nuashing blushed with shame. There was nothing in that direction. Spiritual power gushed out from between its eyebrows and entered the minds of Little Moon, Chu Chin, and the others, gradually calming the dizziness in their minds. Yun Nuashing straightened up and looked around. This space should be quite large. It had been 10 minutes since tens of thousands of people had rushed in, but they had not seen a single person. Xian, can you hear me? A soul voice sounded in its mind, hoping for some kind of echo. In the end, There was only some meaningless noise, which made Yun Nuashing frown. Unwilling to give up, it used the soul seed to look for others, but the result was the same. Tisk is the law turbulence so severe that it obstructs soul communication? Yun Nuashing smacked its lips and looked at the book of the era in its hand. It stuffed it into its mind and enveloped the soul seeds. It called out again, "Girl! Can anyone hear me?" Yuan Shi, crazy girl. Ming, if you can hear me, squeak. There was no sound for a long time, which made Yun Nuashing's expression turn serious. Is it really impossible to connect? Just as it was about to give up helplessly and was about to pray, a voice suddenly sounded in its soul. "Little star, I can hear you. Oh, I'm a little dizzy. Where are you? I think I've lost you." Yun Nuashing was slightly delighted. It was Xian's voice, and it sounded like he was in a good condition. "I don't know where we are. It seems that we've been teleported away. Listen, the law of this space is very broken. No matter what happens, don't use the law power in your divine arts. Just use pure energy to attack." There was an exclamation in its mind, followed by a cold snort. Then a series of strange voices sounded, which made Yun Nuashing stunned. "What's going on over there?" "Little star, it's me. Ming, your daughter, your 2 younger sisters, and your 2 fans are not here. Percent. At Yen and situation. Is it okay?" It was Yuan Shi's voice, and he continued Xian's words. "There are people around us. They're all children of God. I think, you, and Little Moon are here with me, and the crazy girl's younger brother and sister are here as well. Tell her not to worry. I'm guessing that they've separated into different regions. The teleportation has been separated, but I don't know if it's an overlapping region or a large region," Yun Nuashing said. "To put it simply, we're in the same space, but we can't see each other or affect each other. I'm not sure yet. What's going on over there?" Yun Nuashing frowned. There was suddenly no sound again, which made Yun Nuashing puzzled. But after a while, Yuan Shi's voice sounded again. "It's okay. There was a little trouble when we landed." "Well, it's a little trouble. It's fine now." "What trouble?" Yuan Shi was silent for a while. "When your first wife fell, she tore half of her clothes. Although it was quickly covered, let me put it bluntly, hundreds of your first wife's men rushed at her as if they were in heat. But we've just finished dealing with them. Everything went smoothly and there were no losses. Those people seemed to have lost their minds, and there were traces of their minds being controlled by something. Oh, by the way, your first wife killed half of them alone. Was she so cruel before?" Yun Nuashing's brain stopped for a while. It took her a while to realize that the first wife he was talking about was probably Xian. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. She was too lazy to complain. As for Xian's combat power, her 5 elements body was not weak at all, even without the 5 elements origin. With the divine art he gave her, her combat power was even more exaggerated. In short, you should all be careful. If you can't meet up, we'll meet again at the final destination." Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. "Oh, damn. Your first wife is chasing after them. She's chasing after them. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's follow her first. Otherwise, we'll get lost." Yuan Shi shouted, and then there was no sound in his soul. Yun Nuashing was silent. He wasn't worried about Xian and the others. He was only worried that Xian would destroy this space when he wasn't around. That girl seemed to hide her violent side very well in front of him. "Brother, I'm with Bing Air." The King of Gods and King of Gods seemed to be in the same area. Ming's voice came just as they fell silent. Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. It seemed that everyone was safe. "Okay, you should be careful. Stupid angel, don't dry up this space. This space is as fragile as paper." Yun Nuashing responded and couldn't help but remind her. That stupid angel was also explosive. Usually, she could still control them when he was around. Now that he wasn't around, she would probably Ming smiled and responded before ending the soul transmission. Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at Little Moon and the others. In summary, I'll be responsible for looking after the four of you. Okay, behave yourselves. Don't run around. After you are recovered, she bounced and jumped into Yun Nuashing's embrace. Her jade-like arms wrapped around his neck, and she said with a tender smile, "Looks like our luck is a little better. We can follow Big Brother Yin." Little Moon walked over expressionlessly and dragged you away from Yun Nuashing. He smashed her head with a knife and lectured her. "Don't worry, Brother Yin. We'll go wherever you say." Chu Qin grinned and waved his arm to cheer them on. Chu Xianling also smiled and nodded. Yun Nuashing shrugged and shook his head. He saw a brown tail drooping down from the top of his head and couldn't help but look up. Little Magic was still lying comfortably on his head. He hadn't been teleported away. At this moment, he stood up on his head and stretched like a cat. Then he changed directions and lay down again. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he poked the ball of meat. He felt like he was carrying a bun on his head. Then let's explore this space first and look for the celestial fate. Yun Nuashing looked around, just as he was about to walk in a random direction. His gaze suddenly paused. Then he grinned. But before that, we need to move around a little. Little Moon and the rest followed his gaze. They were in an empty field. They were standing on an empty ground. There were many black weeds that were 1/2 meter tall around them. There were also a few trees not far away. At this moment, a huge black beast suddenly appeared in the dense weeds. It was a magical beast that was about 20 feet tall. It looked like an ant and had 2 sharp claws like a praying mantis. There were even scale-like things on its back that reflected the light in the star domain. It's equivalent to a human demigod 9th transformation stage magical beast. Yun Nuashing looked at it, and his eyes lit up. He was slightly surprised. This strange space could actually give birth to life. Brother Yin, it's delicious. You suddenly laughed excitedly. Her smile was a little crazy. Mei Mao stared straight at the huge magical beast that looked like a praying mantis. It was not like she was looking at a magical beast, but more like she was looking at an ingredient. Grilled praying mantis. It's delicious. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. Oh my God, how strong is this girl's taste? Hiss, hiss. The magical beast of unknown species stared at Yun Nuashing and the rest with its 2 big black eyes. It suddenly raised its head and let out a hiss. Then, dozens of huge magical beasts suddenly appeared on the surrounding grass. They were exactly the same as it. One of them was even red and had flames all over its body. It seemed that the praying mantis fellow had sensed that these people were not to be trifled with and had directly called for reinforcements. Seeing the dozens of magical beasts that suddenly appeared, Yun Nuashing and the rest were expressionless. They did not feel that there was any danger at all. They turned to Little Moon and the rest and said, "Do you want me to attack, or do you want me to give you some practice?" Swish! Just as he finished speaking, you directly rushed out. Seeing this, Little Moon sighed in annoyance and followed closely behind. Chu Xianling shouted softly, grabbed Chu Qin, and threw him out. "Go, Little Qin!" Hiss! Hiss! The group of magical beasts suddenly roared, and dozens of huge figures rushed out. The crimson flame mantis seemed to be the leader. It stood in place without moving, and its limbs drew a strange arc. In the next moment, a starlight suddenly fell from the sky, and then evenly fell on the bodies of the other black mantises. Suddenly, the aura of the black mantises became fierce. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes. Was this borrowing the power of the stars? In the realm of the gods, only a few extremely special magical beasts and demonic beasts could borrow the power of the stars. This fire-praying mantis was obviously not one of them. He could not even tell what kind of magical beast it was. He had never seen it before. I've strengthened the thread, but there's no change at all. Yor laughed loudly. thick, black, demonic aura burst out from her body, and it also carried an extremely cold aura. The surrounding black weeds were instantly frozen into ice. However, even with the support of the power of the stars, the group of magical beasts was still no match for Little Moon and the others. As the demonic aura and moonlight surged, the ground trembled. Hundreds of earth spikes shot out, and the dozens of magical beasts were instantly beheaded. Their huge bodies crashed to the ground. Yun Nuashing's body flashed, and he appeared behind the fire-praying mantis. With a flick of his finger, the latter's body instantly lost all signs of life, and it fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Hum! The group of magical beasts fell to the ground, but no blood flowed out. After pausing for a few seconds, their bodies suddenly began to dissipate from head to toe, turning into specks of light that dissipated in the air. Within those transparent specks of light, there was a purplish-black stream of air. It was surrounded by the specks of light, and it was extremely inconspicuous. Er's lily-white hand shot out like lightning, piercing into the specks of light and grabbing the purplish-black stream of air. However, just as her lily-white hand grasped it, the stream of air dissipated with a poof, as if she had crushed it. Little Moon was startled and hurriedly said, "Big brother, there's something strange here. Quickly come and take a look." "I see it. That's it." Yun Nuashing nodded. "Those are the envelopes of the star's fate. Don't touch them with your hands. Use the melted star stone to collect them." Upon hearing this, Little Moon nodded. She took out her melted star stone and waved it in front of those specks of light. The purplish-black stream of air seemed to be attracted and crashed into the melted star stone, entering it. When Chu Qin and Chu Xianling saw that it was effective, they hurriedly used their melted star stones to collect those purplish-black streams of air. This is the star's fate. It feels like a mottled energy. It's so strange. Collected a few bundles, then jogged in front of Yun Nuashing. She held the melted star stone with both hands and handed it to him as she muttered. Yun Nuashing smiled and rubbed her black hair. He took the melted star stone, looked inside, and said, "That purplish-black stream of air is the envelopes. It's just a useless, multicolored energy. What's inside the envelopes is the true star's fate." As he spoke, he waved his hand and threw a stream of energy into the melted star stone. The power of the stars carefully sucked out the purplish-black energy and threw it out of the melted star stone. At this time, what was left inside was a transparent, viscous liquid with specks of starlight sparkling. "So little?" widened her eyes. Mei Mao was surprised. Every demonic beast emitted purplish-black streams of air of different sizes. She had just collected 6 or 7 bundles. When gathered together, they were about the size of a wash basin. However, when the energy layer was removed, the viscous starlight liquid that appeared was only the size of a pinky fingernail. With the capacity of your melted star stone, it will be full after magnifying it 100,000 times, Yun Nuashing said in a relaxed tone. Hearing this, Little Moon and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. They had killed a large number of demonic beasts, but it was only a small amount. What we took out from the flaming mantis was red starlight liquid. "What's the difference?" Little Moon asked. "It seems to be a little more. It's more than the usual 7 or 8 bundles. Yes, that's because the star providence they represent is different. The specific differences are their attributes are different, and their grades are different. However, not many people know about this now. It's quite ancient knowledge," Yun Nuashing said. "The divine miracle of the divine spirit appeared because of the power left behind by that ancient life form. However, the star field above us doesn't seem to have evolved like that. It was left there from the very beginning. Now the power left behind by it has combined with the power of the shattered star field. On this broken land, these things that are similar to energy life forms have appeared. I guess all the life forms here contain the star, luck of the stars." Yun Nuashing rubbed her fingers and murmured, "In that case, there must be a large cluster, or even a few huge clusters of star providence, or many clusters of star providence. After years of accumulation, those clusters of star providence leaked out and merged with these energy life forms. This is also the reason why they can use the power of the stars. Probably the stronger the life form, the more star providence it has. Anyway, that's it. Be careful when you separate the energy layer. The way you deal with energy in the past won't work. Remember to use the melted starstone when you collect it. It's unrealistic to collect it all in one go. I'm not with you, so figure it out yourself. If you really can't do it, bring back the star providence in the energy layer, and I'll help you deal with it." Yun Nuashing said to the others in her soul. What she said just now was for everyone. In this Holy Spirit miracle, if they wanted to obtain star providence, they probably had to kill these energy life forms. Moreover, these beast-like creatures could use the power of the stars, which made them several times stronger than ordinary beasts. All right. Little Star, who loves to worry, is just like the old man. Yuanqi laughed and said something that made him speechless. Yun Nuashing's face twitched for a while. She thought of something and hurriedly said, Right. If you see a cluster of star providence wrapped in a reddish-black energy layer, please keep it intact and bring it back. Don't try to separate it. I'm afraid you'll fail. That thing is very... Anyway, that's the way it is." Chu Yingzhan said, So far, we've only seen purplish-black energy layers. Are there any reddish-black energy layers? Are there any special ones? Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. That's it. Don't touch it. Just collect it. That thing is very important to me. Who brings it back for me? How about I grant you a wish? She smiled faintly. As soon as she said that, a group of people in the soul communication went into an uproar. This condition sounded very tempting. This big boss could grant many wishes for others. If she really found it, then there would be many things to do. Yun Nuashing felt an inexplicable chill. A chill spread from the soles of his feet to his spine and into his brain, making him shiver. As soon as he turned around, he saw Little Moon and his excited expressions. Even Chu Qin and Chu Xianling's eyes were shining. Yun Nuashing shuddered. I can feel that you're thinking of something bad, even though we're separated by souls. Cough, cough. You're not allowed to suggest anything that crosses my moral bottom line. Everyone asked, What's your bottom line? I don't care about things like murder and arson. It's fine as long as you don't ask me to do anything shameful or make a fool of myself in front of everyone, Yun Nuashing said softly. Like abducting innocent women? Chu Yingzhan laughed sinisterly. That's right. That kind of thing is definitely not allowed. If you want, then go and catch it yourselves. Yun Nuashing nodded very seriously. Chu Yingzhan said tisk. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. Her disdainful voice made him feel a lot of inexplicable emotions. Did this girl really want him to do something shameful? Anyway, we'll talk about it when you find it. Yun Nuashing said in annoyance and cut off the soul communication. He used his sword to wake up the two girls who were immersed in their endless fantasies. He looked at Little Moon and Yu, who were pouting and covering their heads with their hands. He smiled helplessly and held their lily-white hands. Then he flew into the distance. Let's begin. Chapter 991. Roar, roar, roar. Furious roars rang out from the depths of the Black Mountains, causing the earth to tremble and half of the mountains to collapse. Suddenly, the entire star domain shook as streaks of starlight descended. A surging black aura of extreme coldness erupted from the depths of the mountains, turning an entire mountain range into an ice sculpture. Bang! An iceberg exploded into smithereens. Fragments of the mountain and ice scattered into the air before falling down like a storm of ice and rocks. A huge golden magical beast soared into the sky. Yun Nuashing hovered in the air. The rain of rocks and ice would abruptly slow down as they passed by him. Afterwards, they would hover beside him. He looked at the huge, golden, magical wolf charging towards him. He calmly raised his hand and casually waved it downwards. The ice and rocks, several hundred meters in size around him, suddenly shattered. Countless fragments rapidly condensing into an ice spear that was only 30 meters long. It shot out as fast as lightning. The golden magical wolf still maintained its soaring posture. Before it had even reached 30 meters from Yun Nuashing, the ice spear had already pierced through it in an instant, ripping the golden magical wolf's huge body in half. A huge crack even appeared in space. The golden magical wolf's huge body began to dissipate. White specks of light appeared in the air, and an extremely mottled golden energy also appeared in the specks of light. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and collected it into the melted starstone. He frowned. This isn't it either. In the mountains below, Little Moon, Chu Qin, and Chu Xianling were engaged in a fierce battle with a pack of wolves. Several hundred demigod magical beasts that had grasped Star Force and lived in packs were completely defeated by the 4 of them. Among them, the crazy Yu volunteered to be the berserker at the front. She killed her way through, leaving behind huge corpses and specks of light scattered all over the ground. Little Moon followed behind them, and a bright and clear moon floated behind her. The white moonlight fell on her body, and her 3,000 strands of black hair released a fine glow, adding a trace of killing aura, making her look like a goddess of war under the moon. At this moment, she was hurriedly following behind you, killing the wolf packs that were charging at them from both sides. At the same time, she used the melting starstone to collect the balls of energy that filled the light spots. Don't kill and throw rubbish all the way. Little Moon picked up the Star Force and blew up her hair. She couldn't keep up with the rhythm of charging and killing. The energy would dissipate in the air if left alone for a while. After killing the magical beasts, she had to quickly collect them with the melted starstone. Yu was obviously engrossed in killing and didn't care about collecting them. Chu Qin controlled thousands of rock spikes and smashed them down from the sky. Chu Xianling's method of controlling the wind element was very exquisite. When it mixed with the former's rock spikes, it formed a storm. Anything that was swept into it would be torn into pieces, and several layers of the ground had been dug up. These two had perfectly inherited the Chu family's earth element and wind element. Without any special circumstances, there wouldn't be any mutation. Their elder sister happened to have both of them. Earth, listen to me. Chu Chen's earth element and spirit essence circulated rapidly. Just as his hand seals moved a few times, an exceptionally large magical wolf pushed him away, leaving behind a cry of surprise in the air. Little Qin! Chu Xianling was slightly shocked. She waved her jade-like hand and sent out a strong cyan wind, which swept the magical wolves 100 feet around her into the sky. Then they were fiercely smashed onto the ground by a gust of wind. Suddenly, dozens of light spots appeared. She hurriedly ran to Chu Chen's side, who was twitching on the ground, and helped him up. She cried, You are already cooked. Chu Chen spat out a mouthful of hot air. He was provoked by the backlash. He had just used the God technique and was sent flying. The energy in his body had backfired. But it wasn't a big problem. With the level of God technique that Yun Nuashing had given them, even if they suffered from the backlash, the damage wouldn't be very big. At that level, this kind of weakness would be suppressed by a lot. It wasn't a fatal weakness. Hearing the commotion behind her, Yu hurriedly stopped charging forward. Her jade-like leg fiercely stomped on the ground, creating an extremely deep mark. Then she fiercely turned around and rushed out. She collided with Little Moon, who was chasing after her with all his might. 2 cries of surprise rang out, and both of them fell to the ground. Yun Nuashing, who was watching the whole process from the sky, "What are you doing?" Little Moon angrily pinched this girl's cheeks and fiercely pulled them to both sides. "You!" or stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. With a glance, she saw a giant wolf charging towards them. A red light flashed across her eyes, and a layer of cold black aura lingered on her slender, jade-like hand. With a wave of her claw, a huge black claw mark appeared in the air, and the giant wolf that was pouncing on them was torn into several pieces. All right, everyone stand still. I was just about to directly carry Little Moon and charge towards Chu Xianling and Little Moon when a faint, helpless laughter rang out in her mind. Her body trembled, and she immediately stopped. Boom! In the next moment, the ground suddenly exploded, and hundreds of huge elemental energy pillars burst out from the ground, swallowing all of the demon wolves. Even those that were moving at high speed were not left behind, as if they could automatically track them. The elemental energy pillars swallowed hundreds of demon wolves, and their bodies rapidly melted away. In less than a second or two, they completely disappeared. Then the elemental energy carried the energy from the light spots, and all of it drilled into Yun Nuoxing's melted star stone. After casually getting rid of these fellows, Yun Nuoxing descended from the sky. As soon as he steadied himself, pounced on him with a smile and bumped into his arms. Brother Yun is so powerful. Brother Yun has always been the most powerful. Yun Nuoxing smiled and hugged the girl, his eyes full of doting. He then reached out and rubbed Little Moon's head, who was walking over with her cheeks puffed up. Well done. Little Moon smiled happily. Xing Xing, Little Chin is completely dead. Let's dig a hole and bury him. Chu Xianling carried Chu Qin and walked back with a sorrowful expression. Chu Qin spat out a mouthful of saliva, and his whole body turned gray. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Is it really okay for you to talk about your younger brother like this? Could it be that all the younger brothers in the world are only used to trick others? Yun Nuoxing sighed. He looked at Chu Qin, who was 80% cooked, and said, "The chaos rock divine art that you chose, that is actually very strong in defense. Even if there was a backlash, it shouldn't be roasted to 80% cooked." Chu Qin laughed dryly. He hadn't learned the essence of it yet. However, thanks to this divine art, he didn't suffer any serious injuries from the backlash. He was only slightly disoriented, and the energy in his body was slightly disturbed. Because he had mobilized too much energy, he had roasted himself. Yun Nuoxing and the others sat down to rest. During this time, Yu and Little Moon fought over the resting spot beside Yun Nuoxing. After a while, Yun Nuoxing couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. Only then did the two girls sit down obediently and recover their energy from the battle just now. After resting for a while, the few of them began to extract the star fate that they had painstakingly collected for the whole morning. It wasn't as simple as just a few hundred demon wolves. They had turned over several areas and killed thousands of demon beasts that contained star fate. Yun Nuoxing was the only one who could maintain a 100% success rate. Little Yu, Chu Xianling, and the other two also tried, but they failed 4 or 5 times before succeeding once. They peeled off a small clump of sticky star, liquid the size of a fingernail. Every time, they used more than 10 clumps of ordinary energy to gather together before peeling it off. The star liquid could not be seen even after the small clumps of energy were peeled off. They had to gather together first before they could be seen. In this way, they could only succeed once in 100 clumps. Those that failed all dissipated into thin air. Puff! A purple-black energy ball disappeared into thin air, along with the star liquid inside. Chu Qin shook his head dejectedly. Previously, he saw that Yun Nuoxing had succeeded easily. He didn't expect that it would be so difficult for him to actually do it. Improve your soul's sensing power. Accurately sense the energy layer and the star fate that is wrapped in it. Carefully use your soul's power to wrap the star fate around that area. Extract all the excess things in one go. Look, that's it. Yun Nuashing demonstrated it again on the spot. Little Moon and the others said that they understood it, but when they really did it, they couldn't learn it as smoothly as him. Listening and doing were two completely different concepts. Puff! Another large, purple-black energy ball exploded into pieces. Yu trembled all over. Her nose twitched, and she threw herself into Yun Nuashing's arms and cried. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hurriedly comforted this silly girl. This silly girl had just piled up 200 or 300 energy balls and wanted to extract them all in one go. In the end, they all exploded. Her efforts were in vain. All right, I'll take care of yours. Don't do it. Let me do it. In the end, Yun Nuashing decided to do it himself. Originally, he wanted to let them learn some other tricks just in case. Now it seemed that he would lose a lot of results if that didn't happen. He hurriedly comforted her for a while. Yun Nuashing was clumsy and did not know how to comfort others. On the other hand, Yu adjusted herself and skipped to the side to play. Brother, I want to come out and play too. In the spiritual world, little purple soul was jumping around. After the miracle of the Holy Spirit opened, Yun Nuashing stuffed her back into the spiritual world so that she wouldn't disappear. Now, the little girl was bored again. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment and nodded. He waved his hands in front of him and made a lifting motion. Then, the little girl appeared out of thin air. He placed his hands under little purple soul's armpits and lifted her up. Don't run around. This space is a little strange. If you get lost, it'll be troublesome to find you. Yun Nuashing waved her in the air and reminded her seriously. Okay. Little purple soul nodded solemnly. Yun Nuashing was still worried. He took little magic off his head and put her on her head. He poked the meaty ball and watched it open its eyes lazily. He said, Stay on little purple soul's head. Don't come down. Woo-woo. Little Magic shook her head. After a moment, she nodded vigorously and laughed happily. After settling the matters of the little girl and putting her on his shoulder, Yun Nuashing looked at Little Moon and the others and suddenly said, That's right. This space is a bit special. Try to squeeze some time out of it to cultivate. Of course, don't be in a hurry to advance. When you feel that you're about to enter the elementary God level, tell me, and I'll help you seal it. After some time, go to the small divine land and advance. Why? Chu Chen asked, puzzled. The rules of heaven and earth in Little Divine Land belong to the ancient age. It's much more complete and powerful than the rules of heaven and earth now. There are many benefits to entering beginner God there. Yun Nuashing said, previously Ziyan and the crazy girl advanced to the initial God level under the protection of the divine runes. That kind of condition was not bad. Although I collected those runes later, there are many complicated steps to perfectly restore the kind of environment that can let people advance and obtain benefits. I might as well let you go to the small divine land to advance. The 3 great reincarnations from the ancient age to the present did not seem to be very complete. According to their calculations in the ancient age, each great reincarnation should completely reset the rules of heaven and earth. Everything would become nothing, and the 3 elements of beginning should be in the most perfect state. But now, it seemed that there was something wrong with the rules. He had never felt such a serious suppression of heaven and earth. It was almost hopeless, and he could not see any hope at all. Moreover, it was very likely that it was targeting the realm of the gods. This was just a guess. He had to go to the star region of the 8 elements realm and the outer void to confirm whether this guess was correct. At this moment, I have a way to create some hope, but the rules of heaven and earth are really hopeless. Yun Nuashing sighed in his heart. On the other side, unlike Yun Nuashing and the others who did not see anyone, Ziyan and the others saw many people along the way. There were divine sons and divine venerables, but they did not see any divine kings or divine emperors. It was probably because they were separated that they could not meet. Bang! A figure fiercely crashed into the cliff, and half of his body was buried in the rocks. Yuan, she stepped forward and kicked the cliff into pieces. The person also rolled out with the rubble. His breath was so weak that it was almost disappearing. His body was covered in blood, and it was obvious that he was about to die. Yuan, she lifted the person up and saw that he had completely fainted. He smacked his lips and said, "Your divine venerables are so weak that it's like they don't exist." After saying that, he waved his hand, and a large, purple-black stream of air flew out of the person's body and went into the melting star stone in his hand. Yuan, she looked at it and said with disdain, "How dare you provoke us with this little bit of air? Don't you know that our appearance fee is very high?" Sure enough, these people don't know how to extract the star fate. They ate it together with the shell. Nightmare looked at the people lying on the ground and could not help but roll his eyes. The star providence could be snatched from others. As long as it had not completely merged with one's body, it was not impossible to strip it away. This was also a precautionary measure by the Yun Nuwa planet to prevent them from devouring the star providence first. Since the opening of the Saint Spirit's miracle many years ago, perhaps young Master Yin is the only one who knows about this. Qin Yan said softly as she played with the melting star stone. Chu Xianling stretched out his leg and kicked the person who was twitching on the ground. These people don't have that red and black thing. There were about 60 or 70 people in this group, and there were 4 or 5 godly venerable masters in the middle. Xian and the others found something in this place. It was not a magical beast, but a rare plant. It contained a lot of star fate, and it was even more abundant than the usual magical beasts. They did not expect to be surrounded just as they were about to put it away. Then, that group of people was unlucky. With Xian and Yuan, she's current combat power, even those on the Supreme leaderboard might not be able to defeat them, let alone these people who did not look particularly powerful. Stripping is so difficult. Xian looked at the dissipating ball of energy in her hand and felt a little distressed. Well, the quality of these star fates seems quite average, so it's fine to use them for practice. As for the ones that seem to be of higher quality, just keep them and let Little Star deal with them. It would be a pity to waste them, Yuan, she said. The others nodded. Those special star fates were not easy to find. They had been searching for half a day, and they did not know how many places they had searched, but they had only found a dozen or so star fates, and they were all different and could not be combined. Looking at the dozens of people twitching on the ground, Yuan, she said expressionlessly, "These are the spoils of war. I'll spare your lives. Be grateful. Next time, remember to bring more people if you want to cause trouble. There's 2 little star fate, and it's not enough to pay for your appearance." Nightmare grinned. "Remember to come again next time." As soon as he finished speaking, the group disappeared in a flash. Where should we go next? We've searched everywhere. If possible, let's go further away, Chu Yingzhan said. Then let's go deeper. I heard there's something fun inside. Nightmare opened his arms and spun in a circle in the air, chuckling. Fun? What fun? Yuan, she was suspicious. Based on this guy's taste, fun might unexpectedly be troublesome. Nightmare turned his head, and his neck cracked. I forgot. Everyone. After being stared at by everyone for a while, Nightmare scratched his face awkwardly and said, "Anyway, it should be something fun. Let's go and take a look. We can ask someone on the way." Everyone nodded and was about to fly deeper into the mountain when they saw many figures rushing into the sky from the mountain range. They were all rushing toward the same place. It seemed like they were in a hurry. Yuan, she, and Nightmare looked at each other, and the 2 of them rushed out. Xian and the others followed behind them slowly. Yuan, she grabbed a random person, looked down at the mountain range and sky that had suddenly become lively, and said, "Brother, what's going on?" "Huh. You, a divine child, dare to stop me." The man who was grabbed looked at Yuan, she impatiently. Sensing his strength, he immediately slapped him. Bang! Yuan, she smiled faintly and slapped the man, causing him to roll dozens of times in the sky. He flew back to Nightmare, who grabbed the man and smiled at him. Then he laughed sinisterly. "Do you want me to strip you naked and slowly eat you, or be a good boy and spit something out?" Nightmare's demonic aura made the man tremble in fear. His face suddenly turned pale, and he hurriedly told him everything he knew. Half a minute later, the man rushed into the distance. He was not slow at all, as he was afraid that he would be eaten by Nightmare's man-eating demon if he stayed a second longer. How boring. He ran away just like that. Nightmare hugged his arms and said unhappily. Yuan, she rolled his eyes. Anyone who heard that they were going to be eaten would be nervous. So what did he say? Something fun. Nightmare laughed excitedly. What exactly was it? Oh, it's in that direction. Nightmare pointed in the direction where many people were flying and said, "It said that someone found a place that is spewing out celestial fate. It seems to be limitless, but I don't know what the quality is." Oh, there's such a place? Yuan, she was surprised. No matter what, the limitless celestial fate is very attractive. Now, everyone in this area is heading in that direction, judging by their speed of absorption. Everyone suddenly laughed sinisterly. They had the melting starstone, so their speed of absorbing celestial fate was much faster than others. If they heard about this, they would definitely get involved. Chapter 992. Amidst the magnificent mountains, a huge open space suddenly appeared. In this space, countless talismans and runes flashed. The starlight converged into a long river that spanned hundreds of thousands of feet and hung in the sky. It looked like a real Milky Way, but it also looked like this Milky Way came from outer space and finally fell here. Outside the mountain range, many people were gathering at a rapid speed. There were people rushing over from all directions. It was as if there was a central source that was constantly attracting people over. In the end, almost tens of thousands of people had gathered here. When Xian and the others rushed over, they saw a sea of people. The scene of 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside of the sky shocked them. They had seen so many people at the gathering place before entering the Saint Spirit Miracle. But after entering, they had not seen so many people gathered together. It seemed that there was really something mysterious here that could attract so many heaven's prides. Xian turned around and gave Yuan Shi and the others a look. Her red lips moved slightly. They listened and nodded. Then they quietly separated and blended into the crowd to inquire about this place. 10 minutes later, they also got some information. The bright and boundless Milky Way in the sky spread out from that strange place. It was a Milky Way that had been thrown away. However, that Milky Way was too high and had endless pressure. No one dared to get close to it. Even if it was filled with a large amount of star fate, no one dared to get close. Some lucky people chased after the Milky Way and finally came to this place and saw that Milky Way was connected to the ground. There is endless star fate in there. It is colorful like a dye factory. It is like being in a Milky Way. It is incomparably gorgeous. You can't see the bottom of that space. Those who went in quickly ran back. The Milky Way's pressure is too strong. For a period of time, no one could get close. We have to wait for the Milky Way's pressure to decrease before we can go in. There seemed to be people secretly recruiting others to form a team. When that strange place opened, they would go in and explore together. The density of star fate in that space varies. The lower you go, the denser the star fate is. The star fate at the edge is also thinner. When you go in later, you have to choose your location carefully. When these words came out, many people's expressions changed. Those who were still calm and collected now put aside their pride and asked to form a team. Some simply showed their powerful strength to attract others to join them. Although no one knew what the use of the so-called stellar fate was, they didn't feel any improvement in their strength even after absorbing it. Those who were in the forbidden period didn't feel that the forbidden period was shortened either. However, their masters and ancestors had said that they should plunder as much stellar fate as possible. As for what it was used for, They didn't care for it for the time being. Therefore, when they heard that there was an endless amount of stellar fate here, many people rushed to this place like wolves and tigers. Yen Hua, star fate is a very mysterious thing. MHM, even your master has never heard of it. After entering the minor divine prefecture, a special journey will begin. At that time, the amount of star fate you have will be able to reap the same benefits. At the same time, it can also nourish your essence, chi, and soul. That 2-meter tall, muscular man scratched his head with a blank expression on his face. In any case, we just have to focus on plundering. Yi Wenlu laughed. The skinny young man beside him sighed. Brother Yi, we came here from the Azure Emperor City through tens of teleportation portals. We have already used up the toll. You should think about what to do after the journey to the divine miracle ends. Yi Wenlu's handsome face froze. Yan Hua looked at him and patted the skinny young man's shoulder. Don't worry. When the time comes, just let your brother Yi sell his body. Yi Wenlu's face paled. He clutched his chest and coughed a few times. An expression of hurt appeared on his face. When Xian heard the conversation, she was slightly worried. Of course. She only paid attention to the first part of the conversation. She ignored the second part of the conversation. After another half an hour, Xian felt that the information she wanted was more or less collected. She also left and met up with Yuan Shi and the others. The few of them communicated through their souls at an extremely fast speed. In just a short while, they had finished exchanging information. Start a special journey? When Yuan Shi heard this, he was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, he suddenly shouted, I understand. Oh, coincidentally, I also thought of something. Nightmare also had an excited expression on her face. Qin Yan also nodded. The only ones present who did not know were Xian and Chu Yingzhan. The two girls looked confused. When Xian saw this, she smiled slightly and said, The Qin family has records before. Those who possess the star fate will be reborn if they go to the small divine land. If they don't, then it will remain unchanged. Hey, there was once a divine son from the Yuan family who went to the small divine land with a lot of star fate. At that time, the divine son was just 600 years old. He had the strength of a divine venerable and looked about 26 or 27 years old. In the end, he went to the small divine land for 1,000 years and came back with the strength of a divine venerable. He looked like a 15 or 16-year-old young man. At that time, I thought that he had obtained something during his cultivation and returned to his youth. Yuan, she spoke with assurance. Seems like this has something to do with the so-called rebirth. Let's ask Little Star, Xian said. Yen said. She pressed her jade-like hand on her temple and called out twice in her soul. In the end, she only heard a bunch of noises. The chaotic and meaningless noises made her frown slightly. I can't contact him. Didn't Little Star say that there was something wrong with the space and laws of this place? I think we can't find him here, but he has a way to contact us. Yuan, she shrugged. Well, it's not something urgent. We can ask him when we meet. Hee, I'm looking forward to seeing Little Star's surprised face. After that guy regained his memories, he would smile all day long. Occasionally, he would even have facial paralysis. Apart from some life-threatening events, there is nothing else that can surprise him. Chu Yingzhan shrugged and let out a light sigh. While they were talking, a faint commotion suddenly came from the front of the group. Xian and the others turned around and saw that the hanging river of stars had suddenly dimmed a lot. The place at the bottom that connected to the ground was originally a land full of runes. At this moment, the land suddenly trembled, and a deep black that accompanied by specks of starlight appeared at the end of the river of stars. Then it slowly spread out in all directions. In an instant it had spread out dozens of feet and was still expanding. The black ground had specks of starlight. The purple and pink light twisted into countless spiral arms that stretched out from the center like a vortex or a galaxy. Oh, it's starting. Later, we'll rush down and circle around the edge. We'll rush all the way to the bottom. The star providence down there is richer. Maybe we'll even find the reddish-black color that Boss wants." Devil Nightmare excitedly transmitted his voice to the others. Zien and the others nodded. This was also their plan from the beginning. When the black ground spread to a huge level and was about to touch the mountains, it suddenly trembled and stopped. The countless specks of starlight on the black ground became brighter. The purple and pink vortex began to slowly rotate around the center. The hanging river of stars in the sky quickly dimmed, but the thousands of specks of starlight on it began to flow with the river of stars. Everyone could clearly see that the starlight in the river of stars flowed backward into the galaxy vortex below. Boom! In an instant, countless people unleashed their powerful auras and rushed toward the galaxy vortex with a roar of mountains and rivers. They rushed into the vortex as if they were jumping into a river and disappeared without a splash. Seeing that someone had entered the vortex, the eyes of those who were still watching instantly turned red. They roared and rushed toward the galaxy vortex as fast as they could. "Let's go too." Yuan, she waved her hand and let out a soft cry. Wind elements wrapped around the few of them, and their aura was raised to a powerful level. Their figures flashed, and they quickly passed through the crowd. They rushed from the edge to near the front, and then rushed into the star field vortex before countless people. They didn't feel anything special when their bodies passed through the layer. Their vision changed in an instant. The light in their vision dimmed, and the atmosphere changed suddenly. Everywhere was filled with the rich aura of the galaxy. Except for Zien, Yuan Shi, and the others were familiar with this aura. When they were in the realm of 5 elements, they had been bathed in the aura of the galaxy. They subconsciously opened an energy barrier and wrapped everyone up. In their vision, there was endless twinkling starlight. It was a real starry sky, not a fake one. Yun Nuashing said that a fake starry sky would also have the aura of the galaxy. When the aura of the galaxy reached a certain level, the starry sky would be real. Then there were only 2 possibilities. Either the galaxy was created by the gods, or the space of the galaxy was cut off and moved from its original place. According to the current situation, it was also possible that they were teleported to a part of the galaxy. The aura of the galaxy is so strong. There is a faint sense of oppression from the galaxy. Chu Yingzhan frowned. Primary level gods were not very adapted to the environment of the galaxy. This was not the realm of 5 elements, but the realm of 8 elements. The galaxy here was strong and complete. Primary level gods could indeed go to the galaxy in a group, but they would still feel a little uncomfortable. When they became mid-level gods, it would be much better. At that time, even if they stepped into the galaxy alone, they would be able to go a long way. When they became high-level gods, they would really be able to travel freely in the galaxy. At that time, they would be able to walk around the galaxy with the help of the infinite starlight and use the starlight to replenish their energy. At this stage, there was still some distance to go, so they did not think too much about it. Zien turned around and did not see the layer that separated the galaxy from the real world. He only saw people appear in a place out of thin air, and groups of people rushed in like dumplings. "Let's go. Seize the opportunity. Yuan Shi and I will hold the barrier first. You guys wait for a while." Nightmare shouted softly and opened the energy barrier with Yuan Shi. Then he waved his hand. Zien and the other 2 girls nodded. They looked at each other and rushed to the edge of the galaxy, leaving the crowded area. When others saw this, they could not help but sneer. "Look, those guys are rushing to the edge of the galaxy." They rushed to the edge of the galaxy as soon as they arrived. "Oh, don't look. Let's go down first. Who cares about them? They're probably just here to rub off on the aura of the edge." Zien and the others didn't hear those mocking laughs. At this time, they quickly rushed to a place where there were very few people. They turned their heads and looked in the direction they came from. They only saw countless people in the distance with their energy, auras, rapidly falling into the star river below. It was like a meteor shower. It was very spectacular. However, it was difficult to distinguish the direction in the star field. They didn't know whether they were falling, flying up, or in some other direction. Who cares if it's up north or down south? Just go in that direction. I can feel the pressure there. If we go deeper, we might encounter a very strong obstruction. The pressure at the edge seems to be weaker. Nightmare smacked his lips and smiled. Let's go. Let's go. Yuan, she smiled and nodded. They shouted softly and turned into the most dazzling meteors and rushed out. The Milky Way rapidly flowed in their eyes. The speed was so fast that they seemed to be able to see the starlight stretching out into long strips in their eyes. Around them, there were streams of flowing stars and trembling star fields. There was an invisible pressure that fell on their bodies. They were quite familiar with this feeling. It contained a thick aura of the stars and a suppressive force. It felt like it's very similar to Little Star's aura. Xian could not help but say, Yun Nuoxing's energy was the power of the stars, and it was the purest form of the power of the stars. It was even more similar to the starry sky than the real 3,000 stars. They had been following Yun Nuoxing for a long time and could feel her aura all the time. Now that they felt the aura of this galaxy again, it felt like they had returned to her side. Look over there. Chu Yingzhan suddenly cried out in alarm. The group immediately stopped and looked in the direction she was pointing. About 10 meters away, they saw a green ball of energy that was about the size of a praying mat. They went over to take a look. Yuan, she hesitated for a moment and took out the melt star stone. The green energy ball was absorbed into the stone. He looked inside and saw that it was indeed the star fate. He immediately made a no problem gesture to them and then exclaimed, This ball is equivalent to 100 ultimate god magical beasts. There's no time to lose. Let's rush in. Mo Yen immediately became excited and waved his hands. Everyone else was also excited and rushed down, ignoring everything they saw along the way. They had only just entered, and they had already seen such a large clump of star luck. Who knew if there would be even more exaggerated and of a higher quality star luck in the deeper regions? Xian and the others were very fast. They were already several levels stronger than ordinary people. Coupled with Yuan Shi's wind element, he could use his own wind element to sweep everyone forward quickly even in the star field space. In the primary god level, even if it was only a son of God in the first level, as long as they were strong enough and had good means, they could break through the shackles and reach the state of superluminal speed. Although they had not reached that level yet, their speed was already very fast. They looked sideways into the distance and saw that the meteor shower was rapidly retreating. Those were the people that they were constantly overtaking, and their numbers had become quite small. It seemed that not many people could reach this level. Did you see anything? I just saw something flash in front of my eyes. Chu Yingzhan suddenly shouted in their souls. No, we have been holding the barrier and did not have time to look elsewhere. The pressure of the star force ahead is getting stronger. Yuan Shi and Nightmare said in unison. Qin Yan's beautiful eyes shone with the light of excitement as she said, I saw some patterns that contained star power, as well as magical symbols and talismans. She was an alchemist, and her soul power was not weak compared to the others. Her eyesight was also quite sharp, brought about by her profession. She could see that there seemed to be something flowing in the star field space, and she clearly recognized that it was not star force, but something man-made. Naturally, there were some special terrains that could condense those things, but the things she saw were too many traces left behind by humans. The flowing star force, sacred runes, and magic runes. Those are probably the things that maintain this star field, and they might also be the things that limit this star field space. I don't understand the 5 elements constitution. If only Little Star was here. Xian looked at it and shook her head, helplessly. Although she had the 5 elements constitution, in terms of energy control, the gap between her and Yun Nuoxing could not be described with the word grade. At most, She specialized in the power of the 5 elements, and her attainment in energy control was only at a small level. She could see and feel many energy flows, but she could not describe them because she could not see through them. Dong! Suddenly, there was a violent tremor in their minds, and they felt dizzy. They quickly stopped moving quickly. Wah! I'm so dizzy. What did you hit? Chu Yingzhan saw stars and quickly supported Xian. She was so dizzy that her whole body was floating, and her vision was blurry. No, my soul was hit by something. Qin Yan rubbed the space between her eyebrows and came back to her senses. She immediately recognized what had just happened. Then she turned around. Mei Mao looked at the place where they had just come from with some special energy surging in her eyes. She seemed to have caught something. There is a layer of runic barrier there. Although it does not have the function of blocking, it seems to have the function of spacing, separating 2 spaces. That layer of runic barrier is not very powerful. It can only cause a little dizziness on the soul, and it will recover in a while. As Qin Yan spoke, the few of them felt a little more awake. They all breathed a sigh of relief and looked into the distance. There was a meteor shower, and it was all people. After touching that layer of runic barrier, many of the meteors were extinguished. It seemed that some people had stopped as well. However, a moment later, those extinguished meteors lit up again and continued to move downwards. The star power here is a level stronger. Do we need to exchange? Xian blinked at Mei Mao and said, No, we can still hold on. Let's continue. It seems that this is the second layer. Yuan Shi grinned. The few of them nodded and continued to move downwards. However, this time they were much more careful and did not move as fast as before. In this star field, there was no heaven and earth energy, and there was no elemental energy. Their recovery ability would be greatly reduced. Circulating the mystic arts could absorb the starlight to recover, but right now their control over the star power was still relatively weak. Perhaps their recovery speed would be slower. After an hour, Yuan Shi and Nightmare's expressions became very serious. The starlight here was very dazzling, and thousands of starlight rays gathered here like a vortex. The starry sky, divine marks and demon marks appeared clearly in their line of sight. There was no need for Qin Yan to say anything. Everyone could see it clearly, one after another. Huge star divine marks appeared in their eyes. The brilliant star rivers shot out powerful rays of starlight, and the beautiful rings of stars were dyed with 7 colors, spanning over 1,000,000 li. The starlight here was rich and dazzling, and it was as if they had barged into a sun. Yuan, she wiped a sweat and said, 7 layers of barriers. That means we are on the 8th layer. As the saying goes, there are 9 heavenly stars. Could there be 9 layers here? Wow! The pressure ahead is off the charts, and there are not many people around. Hey! I see a godly venerable expert of the demon race, a rank 9 godly venerable. Nightmare exhaled a breath of demonic energy and said, Should we continue? Let's continue. The few of them looked at each other and nodded. At this level, they could see many extremely large clusters of star providence. Some of them felt special, so they collected them. Since they were not in a hurry, they could collect as much as they could. This big star in front of us, this star ring, it is all star providence. It is golden, so it will take a long time to collect it. Moreover, the star force here is so dense that it can be used to refine the body. Unlike the drifting starlight, this can be used for cultivation. Chu Yingzhan said excitedly, There are very few people here, and very few people can still persist. We can do it. Fortunately, there is enough pure star force here, and the wind spirit divine technique is working well. We can quickly replenish it. Yuan, she said, if only little star was here, he might be able to reach initial God. Xian looked at the huge star in front of them and could not help but say, To little star, this place was a priceless treasure. That is true. If the boss was here, he could suck this star field dry. Nightmare laughed in agreement. After resting for a while, Yuan, she waved his hand and said, Let's continue. Chapter 993. Endless starlight flooded the area, and a huge amount of stellar energy condensed into a long river, bringing with it a shocking amount of power. The scene in front of them became extremely dazzling. It wasn't that the golden light was blinding, but that they were about to go blind. Every blink of their eyes was filled with starlight, and they even suspected that they had rushed into the middle of a star. It was too dazzling, and they couldn't tell left from right. The galaxy is brilliant. The 9 galaxies of Spirit State City are so weak, so weak. This is the real starry sky. Nightmare shouted excitedly, and starlight bloomed all over his body. There seemed to be some starlight in his scorching, demonic aura. The Yama god's art shone brightly, and it swallowed all the starlight into its body. But he wasn't afraid of exploding. The starlight circled around his body and merged into the carrier, dyeing the energy with a strand of starlight. Then the new energy that entered replenished the energy that had been consumed. After filling up the energy carrier, it was met with an endless resistance, and the excess energy was discharged to the surface of his body, leaving marks on his bones and flesh along the way. Then it was completely thrown out, making him look like he was shining with starlight. At the same time, a portion of the energy was refined and used directly to support the energy barrier. Agreed. Yuan, she sucked in a breath of cold air. It was as if he had swallowed an entire galaxy. If he looked closely, he could see specks of bright starlight flowing through his body, pulsing through every inch of his body. This extremely pure energy made him feel like the energy in his energy carrier was sh*T, dull and dull. Chu Yingzhan was busy using the melted star stone to quickly absorb the nearby stellar energy. The capacity of the melted star stone depended on how well one was compatible with the stellar energy. Even though it was only a small piece, its capacity was incomparably huge. The one in her hand was about half the size of a fist, and its capacity was enormous. Even so, she could feel that the melted star stone was gradually filling up. Don't take too much. We're still at the barrier between the 8th and 9th levels. When we reach the 9th level, it'll be bad if we encounter something better and run out of capacity, Xian reminded her. Chu Yingzhan thought for a moment. Then we'll use these to practice. Take them out yourself. Xian. Moreover, these are energy layers, not just a mass of celestial fate. Not that kind of viscous celestial liquid. If I'm not wrong, these energy layers actually occupy 99% of the volume, and the remaining 1% is celestial fate. Our melted star stone can store a lot. Chu Yingzhan said proudly. Indeed, it's about the same. It seems that the higher the quality of the astral fate, the thicker the energy layer. If we choose the astral fate of the highest quality, I wonder how much it will take to fill it up. Yuan, she nodded. It's about to pass through. Prepare to resist the impact. Nightmare suddenly shouted, causing the expressions of Yuan Shi and the others to turn serious. The energy barrier and soul barrier around their bodies strengthened together. There was a sudden sound in front of them. It resounded directly in the star field, and they were shocked. Although they didn't know what was going on, they immediately activated their strongest defense. Then, an extremely strong shockwave suddenly swept over. It was very fast, and it appeared the moment they heard the sound. It swept over their barriers. Bang! Several layers of energy barriers were completely shattered in a matter of seconds. Then a huge formation suddenly shot out, golden and 5-colored rays of light intertwined, condensing into a formation with a huge defensive power. However, it was simply too late to activate it. Yen gritted his teeth and simply used the formation itself to resist the shock wave. Hum. The impact of the star force overlapped like waves, causing distorted ripples to appear on the array. Moreover, under the impact of the shock wave, there was also a huge amount of soul force. It seemed to be the soul attack of the talisman barrier. Everyone's soul force trembled, and they couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as their minds surged with dizziness. The moment the array shattered, a golden energy burst out. The golden energy was mixed with the energy of the 5 elements. The 2 types of energy intertwined and swept out. It collided with the shock wave, and there were hundreds of violent explosions, causing the latter to stagnate. Now, she gritted his teeth and forcibly suppressed the dizziness in his mind. The wind element soared, and the energy barrier was raised again. The wild wind formed a second layer of powerful barrier. The moment the barrier was formed, the shock wave arrived unexpectedly, and the 2 collided again. It seemed to contain the pressure of the entire starry sky. With the huge weight of the starry sky, Yuanqi's 2 layers of barriers were dented. The circular barriers were collapsing and deforming at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the surrounding space was turbulent. "Ah, watch me!" Nightmare shouted. His fiery, demonic aura burst out, and he was about to rush over. In the end, the deformed barrier returned to its original state in the next moment, and the terrifying pressure suddenly disappeared. Nightmare was still exploding. Now that he felt the pressure of the stellar energy disappear without a trace, he almost choked to death, seeing his face turn white and then green. She turned his head away. This guy was too unlucky. He was just about to show off his skills, and everything was gone. Is this the 9th level? Why is it so calm? She looked around in surprise. The 8th level was so violent that there was no end to it. Why was the 9th level so calm? Speaking of which, is there really only a 9th level in this space? Could there be other levels? The 9 Heavens Galaxy is just a saying. Even if there is, we can't go. Qin Yen shook her head lightly and said very rationally, "We've already used all our strength to break through the 8th level. Without young Master Yin, we won't be able to go any further." She thought about it and felt that it made sense. He dismissed the idea. It was better to act according to one's ability. It's so peaceful here. There are stellar divine patterns and demonic patterns everywhere. But without that huge pressure, the starry sky is very peaceful, Qin Yen said again. Zi Yen nodded and turned around to look at the 8th floor. They could still see that the golden starlight had condensed into an ocean. They had just charged out from that violent starry ocean, and it had taken them a lot of effort to do so. Look around, the starlight. Chu Yingzhan suddenly discovered something. She shook Zian's arm and pointed into the distance. The few of them turned and immediately saw where she was pointing, and also saw what she was looking at. It was a ball of starlight that was constantly fluctuating. It looked so until Chu Yingzhan waved her hand and used the melting star stone to guide it, and the ball of starlight rushed over from the distance. The ball of starlight continued to expand in their line of sight. Gradually it became the size of a small thumb, the size of a palm, and the size of a wash basin. When it finally appeared in front of them, it was already as big as 200 feet. It swayed in the starry sky like a ball of burning flame. Moreover, there was a solid spherical core that was very bright. This is also wrapped in an energy layer. It's just that it's quite big. Chu Yingzhan reached out and poked it. She couldn't help but exclaim. Then the melting star stone shook and absorbed it. Xian looked at it thoughtfully. Then he looked at the endless twinkling starlight around them. Mei Mao's eyes sparkled. That's the fate of the stars, a sumptuous feast. Mo Yan's mouth parted into a grin as an extremely excited expression appeared on his face. However, just as they were about to make a move, Qin Yen suddenly pointed in a direction. There. The few of them turned their gazes in confusion. The starlight in their line of sight was as abundant as the sand of the Ganges River. They couldn't see clearly. There were a lot of them, and they lived up to the name of stars. The stars were confusing to the eyes. Even so, they still saw the thing that Qin Yen was pointing at. After all, the color was really too eye-catching. It was impossible to miss it even if they wanted to. It was a ball of red and black starlight. The few of them looked at each other. They all had the same thought. They remembered Yun Nuoxing's instructions. Suddenly, they ignored everything else and rushed in that direction. There was no pressure in this strange ninth level of the starry sky. The starry sky was incomparably calm. They weren't worried about anything, but they were still vigilant of their surroundings. Wait, how are we going to distribute it? What about the wishes? Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but ask as they rushed over. Xian and the others smiled bitterly. This crazy girl was still thinking about Yun Nuoxing's words. We'll talk about that when the time comes. Let's get that thing first, Qin Yan said. The red and black starlight seemed to be quite far away. The 5 of them flew at full speed for more than 10 minutes before they saw it gradually magnified. After another 5 minutes, they were really close to that place. The last thing that appeared in their line of sight was an incomparably huge red and black star. This star was very small. It was only about 100,000 feet in size. It was perfectly round and wasn't very bright. There was no heat coming out of it. A layer of red flames wrapped around the black spherical core. There were many red and purple patterns on the surface of the core that were flashing and emitting an inexplicable aura. There's very little starlight in this area. Could it be that we're really close to the deepest place? Yuan, she said. As he spoke, the energy in his body quietly began to circulate. It was as if he was preparing for battle. Nightmare tilted his head and squinted his eyes. Not far from them, there was a group of people who had just arrived. They were traveling at about the same speed as them. Wow, that old liar's starlight shuttle is actually quite useful. I didn't expect it to be able to pass through layers of space so easily. The pressure there just now almost scared me to death. The skinny man wiped the sweat off his face and couldn't help but say, "Isn't that so, Yanhua? How many stars do you think this big guy has compared to those divine suns and divine venerable beasts outside?" The handsome man smiled as he looked at the red and black star in front of him and sized it up. The 2-meter-tall man glanced at him, but didn't respond. Instead, he turned his head and looked not far away. His line of sight met with Nightmare and Yuan's line of sight. Yuan Lu sighed and also turned his gaze. He had already noticed that there were people here. Moreover, they were traveling at the same speed as them. This made him very surprised. They had obtained a treasure. With the help of the treasure's power, they could travel quickly and safely through the star field. The several layers of barriers didn't pose much of an obstacle to them. Only the last barrier slowed them down. That barrier couldn't be passed through without the power of a divine king. Many 9th rank divine venerable experts stopped in front of that barrier. They didn't expect that the people they saw here were all divine sons. Could it be that they used some special method to come here like us? Yi Wenlu tilted his head in confusion. However, this wasn't important. It didn't matter how they came here. What was important was that they came here and took a liking to this big guy. At this time, the skinny man also felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. When he saw the 2 of them looking in that direction, he also looked over and saw Nightmare and Yuan looking over with shining eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Yi, there are people over there. It seems like they are also here for this big guy. This is probably the deepest part of this star field. Anything that can be placed here is not simple." The skinny man muttered. However, with others around, it wouldn't be easy to make a move. Xian didn't look at the 3 of them. She only looked at Mei Mao with scorching eyes. She only knew that little star wanted this. Because he trusted them completely, he asked them to help him find this. He didn't even hesitate to use a wish to motivate them. In the past, she had never seen him ask for something so solemnly. This thing must be very important to him. When she thought of this, her bright eyes slightly surged with a wisp of light. She placed her lily-white hands in front of her and clenched them slightly. She said softly, "Yuan Shi Yingzhan, how long can the 4 of you delay them together?" If the 4 of us attack together, it's hard to say. The brat behind is a little easier to say, but those 2 guys are still in a daze. However, their realms are still at the divine sun level. Perhaps they are a few small realms higher than us. Yuan, she narrowed his eyes slightly. They weren't stupid. Their awareness had been uniquely strengthened by the divine grade divine technique and could sense the potential danger and threat. Naturally, they could see that the two guys in front of them seemed a little strange. However, although I can't guarantee that we can kill them, we should be able to delay them. Ha! I didn't expect you to be so cautious. Devil Nightmare laughed out loud. However, those two fellows do have some skills. However, there is no such thing as negotiation in my dictionary. They rushed here without thinking, and even had their eyes on this. Then let's just snatch it. The 5 of us have the boss behind us. Can't we deal with them? Xian and the others laughed bitterly. This was really his style of speech. After pondering for a moment, Xian looked at the star and sighed. She nodded and said in a low and firm voice, "Little Star asked me to help him find the red-black star fate. However, this is the only one I found along the way. No matter what, I can't let it go. Even if I have to deal with everyone for it, I won't hesitate." Xian took a deep breath. Her expression was indifferent. She moved lightly and actually walked toward the 3 people. Yuan Shi and the others saw this and nodded. They also followed her. The energy in their bodies surged and circulated. It seemed that this girl wanted to negotiate with them. Yi Wenlu and the other person were stunned when they saw them coming. They couldn't help but frown slightly. What were they trying to do? In the starry sky, droplets of brilliance scattered in all directions, covering every inch of space. The scene of the star domain was reflected in Yan's deep purple starry eyes. Her beautiful and tranquil, pretty face had a shocking aura that could not be hidden. Seeing that the one leading the group was a girl, the 2 of them were even more startled. An extremely rich shock flashed across their eyes. This girl was so beautiful, like a fairy that was born from the heavens. There was actually such a person in this world. The thin young man was already stunned. The 2 girls beside Xian were also very charming and had their own temperaments. He couldn't help but blush. Hua couldn't stand it anymore. She quickly slapped him and turned him around. "Kid, don't look. If you look too much, you'll make a fool of yourself." The thin young man rolled his eyes. "You 2 are about the same age as me, right?" Xian and the others stopped 5 feet in front of them. Yi Wenlu looked at them calmly. His gaze only swept over Xian and the other girls before he appropriately turned away. He smiled and clasped his hands together. "Hello, what's the matter?" Xian and Mei Mao stared at him. After a moment of hesitation, they clasped their hands together. Her red lips parted slightly, and a soft voice floated out. "What price do we have to pay for you to not interfere with this planet?" Hearing this, Yi Wenlu and the other 2's expressions changed slightly. Sure enough, they came for this big thing, and they directly talked about the price as soon as they opened their mouths. Could it be that this thing was very important to them? Xian's expression was calm, and her tone was not tough. If possible, she wanted to settle this matter peacefully. At this level, there were basically no fools. Although it wasn't to say that everyone was unusually smart, at least they couldn't be fooled with a few words. She might as well be straightforward. "Let's be frank. This planet is very important to me. It doesn't matter even if we have to pay a price." Yi Wenlu frowned slightly. This was the deepest part of the star field, and the thing placed here was the most conspicuous thing. At first glance, it didn't look ordinary. Although he didn't know what was so special about this big thing, he didn't know much about it. Perhaps it was no different from those good quality planets. It was just a difference in attributes, or maybe there was something else. He couldn't estimate it. He had a little understanding of this, but it wasn't deep. Any price is fine. For example, a high-grade Saint Profound art or something. Yi Wenlu tried to sound her out with a faint smile. "Okay." Xian nodded. She only said one word, but it was filled with incomparable determination. Hearing this, the 3's cheeks twitched. She could give away a high-grade Saint Profound art just like that. How satisfying. But Yuanlu thought for a while, but suddenly smiled. Things like planets can only be encountered by chance. There are many different characteristics, qualities, and attributes. Some are even 1 in 10,000, but high-grade Saint Profound art seems to be available. There are also ways to buy it on the black market. So? Xian narrowed her eyes at Mei Mao. Her voice was still calm, but she could more or less predict what would happen next. Yuan Shi and the others also sighed in their hearts. It seemed that they couldn't avoid it. What if I say no? Yi Wenlu shook his head gently and grinned. His clean and handsome face was shining with starlight. Xian pondered for a moment, then closed Mei Mao and tried to contact Yun Nuashing again. But there was still no response from her soul. There was only static echoing in her soul. She sighed and opened her eyes. Her voice was faint. No matter what, it's not fine. Yi Wenlu crossed his arms and nodded faintly. Yuan, she grinned. Then, do you think that we can't think of what you can think of? Everything placed in the deepest part of the star sector is a treasure. I'm afraid that's what you think, so you don't want to let it go. Do you think that we will just watch you take it? Yan Hua's eyes gradually turned cold. The skinny young man was slightly nervous. Yi Wenlu shrugged helplessly. I don't think so. Why don't you just turn around and leave like this? Take it that I owe you a favor? Yi Wenlu said with a faint smile. A favor from you. Nightmare was stunned. Suddenly, he covered his forehead and laughed maniacally. His laughter shook the entire star sector. Who do you think you are? The son of some god? A big shot from the mythological era? A future god? How much is your favor worth? Who knows? Maybe he'll become a god in the future. Yi Wenl smiled faintly. Ziyan and the others glanced at each other and sighed helplessly. This fellow was extremely confident. Could it be that he came from a powerful faction? Or maybe he was just an egomaniac who couldn't see the seriousness of the path. However, Yun Nuashing had said that after 1,000 years, the world would be reversed. Perhaps at that time, he would also have the opportunity to leap into the level of gods. However, at that time, they would definitely not fall behind. They would definitely step into that level. No, they had to step into that level. Yuan Shi, you have more contact with people. Do you know them? Xian asked softly. Previously, her conversation with Yi Wenlu had been completed through telepathy. When she talked to her own people, it was through their souls. Sound could not be transmitted through the star sector. No, I don't know them. But even if they are from a big force, so what? Our little star said so. Yes, that was it. Even if these 3 people had some background, there was nothing they could do. Even if there was a god behind them, they were not afraid. They had Little Star behind them. Little Star himself was once a god. He had a real god behind him. When necessary, they could use his power. But unless it was absolutely necessary, it was better not to reveal it. But at this moment, it seemed that there was no other choice. They could only take one step at a time. Oh, maybe you come from a big force. That doesn't matter. We have never worried about this. Nightmare nodded faintly. The next second, a maniacal smile appeared on his face. Our boss has spoken. So, even if we have to destroy this world, we will not hesitate. If you don't give in today, we will have to take it by force. Boom! Violent, blazing demonic energy exploded, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The starry sky suddenly became colder because of this aura. Chapter 994. The aura that erupted from the vast astral river caused the expressions of the few people to turn serious. The faint smile on Yi Wenl's face slowly faded and was replaced with calmness, a calmness that would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Xian frowned and opened her mouth. She wanted to say something, but there seemed to be nothing to say in the current situation. So, she just sighed and shook her head. There are 5 of us. Nightmare laughed crazily. His demonic aura was surging. Well, although we don't want to bully you with numbers, do you know what this number means? It means that we only need to delay you, and this big star will be taken by us. Even so, you still want to fight." "Yuan," she said calmly, "you're just a son of God. You haven't even reached the first turn. But you talk big," Yanhua said coldly. "I've killed so many low-level gods that I don't even know how many of them I've killed. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering dogs. You sure know how to boast." Yuan Shi's face twitched. He sighed and shook his head. He looked at Yi Wenlu and the other two. After a while, he tilted his head and said to them, "Then I'll take care of that guy who's a few times uglier than Little Star. Nightmare, you deal with that big guy. As for the small guy," Yuan Shi turned his eyes and looked at Qin Yan. He was about to speak when Chu Yingzhan said, "Leave that guy to me. Qin Yan, you help Xian take that big star and supervise this battlefield. You're an alchemist and have many special skills that are hard to guard against. I don't have that kind of magic." Qin Yan was just about to say that she would be fine fighting, but when she heard the last part of Chu Yingzhan's words, she was taken aback. In the end, she nodded and said to Chu Yingzhan, "Then be careful." "Don't worry, there's something the fool gave me. If I'm defeated in a battle between low-level gods, then I'll just leave on my own." Chu Yingzhan grinned and smiled rather confidently. Yi Wenlu took a deep breath and said, "Have you thought about it? Together? Bah, this is the only time you can be carefree." Devil Nightmare roared, and the extremely hot Devil Chi became even more berserk with a bang. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from where he stood, suddenly appearing in front of Yanhua. He was only a few inches away, and his madly laughing face appeared in the latter's eyes. Those crimson, red eyes reflected a heart-palpitating madness. "Come, fight!" Bang! An earth-shaking explosion resounded beside his ear. One could only see Yanhua and Mo Yan's figures suddenly disappear beside him. Suddenly, an extremely wild and violent energy churned in the distance. Yi Wenl was slightly taken aback. He had never seen someone of the same level move at such a fast speed. Furthermore, that kind of sinister coldness was mixed with such a manic and blazing energy. "Yanhua, it's most likely going to be a tough battle. Be careful, I might not be able to take care of you later." Yi Wenlu looked at the thin man and said softly. Xian's Maymao flashed. "Don't you need my help?" "Oh, little Yin Yin, just go and take that big star. Although this guy is a little strange, I should be able to handle it. If there's a chance, I'll ask for your help again." Yuan Shi smiled handsomely. "Little Yin Yin?" Xian's expression was a little strange. However, when she thought about how long Yuan Shi had been with the team, he was more like a big brother. It didn't seem inappropriate to call him that. Thinking about it, that little star was a troublesome little brother? Nodding, Xian said, "It won't be long. Sister Yan, come and help me." Qin Yan also nodded. The two of them flew in front of the reddish-black big star. Xian waved her hand, and her melted star stone appeared in her hand. She pointed it at the big star in front of her, and a 100-meter-long torrent of energy flew out from the big star and connected with the melted star stone. "Then it's already started over there, and they're having a good time fighting over there. Shouldn't we go out as well?" Seeing Xian and Yi Wenlu make their move, Yuan Shi stretched and looked at Yi Wenlu with a faint smile. Yi Wenlu ignored his words and turned to look at the battle between Nightmare and Yanhua. There was a trace of astonishment in his eyes. In the distant battlefield, the two of them were fighting like crazy. Nightmare's aura was getting thicker and thicker, and he was becoming more and more violent. That kind of crazy fighting style that could be said to be without regard for his own life had stunned the two of them. Brother Yin doesn't seem to be in a good situation. The skinny young man looked a little surprised. He had never seen Yanhua fight for so long. Moreover, the opponent was getting fiercer and fiercer as the fight went on. The originally balanced battlefield was gradually tilting. Yi Wenlu watched for a while, but he smiled faintly and shook his head. Before he could say anything, Yuan Shi laughed and said, "That one over there is a lunatic, an out-and-out lunatic. As the battle drags on, he will become stronger and stronger. Among the younger generation, only our little star can suppress him. Although you guys look a little strange, your partner will be defeated in, at most, 10 minutes. There is no other way. At this time, Yan Hua's energy was completely boiling. Waves of violent energy shrouded his body, and countless shadows appeared, making him look like a demon god. However, the figure in front of him was even more violent and unstoppable. In the face of an even crazier demon god, the powerful demon god could only retreat. As time passed, the former was able to fight back at first, but now he could only passively defend. Even his defense was a little flustered. That person's attacks were too crazy, like a violent storm. Don't be in such a hurry to watch. Let's also exchange a few moves. The sound of wind suddenly whistled in his ears, causing Yi Wenlu to turn his head. A sense of danger surged in his heart, but he didn't even look. He directly punched out. In the space in front of him, a fist that contained a violent green wind blasted out and suddenly collided. Bang! At the moment of collision, just as the two fists released some of their power, the green wind suddenly expanded several times. It absorbed all of Yi Wenlu's power and rebounded it back. The power that came from his hand made Yi Wenlu's expression change. Before he could react, the violent wind that was mixed with the power of the two forces whizzed over, shattering the defense that he had created at the last minute. In the end, it landed heavily on his chest. Yi Wenlu let out a muffled groan, and his body flew back several thousand feet. Mei Mao looked at Yuan Shu with a faint smile and chased after him. Chu Yingzhan twisted her neck and cracked her jade-like hands. Then, she glanced at the skinny youth and grinned. She stretched out a jade-like finger and provocatively hooked it. Come. The skinny youth trembled. He looked at the outrageously beautiful big sister and shook his head repeatedly. No, no, no. I'll pass. This big sister looked very beautiful, but when he looked at her, he felt like he was looking at a giant primordial beast. If he got even a little closer, he would be eaten in a single bite. This was the first time he had seen her. At this moment, a faint hostility erupted from her, scaring him so much that his face turned pale and he kept retreating. Yi Wenlu had told him before that if he couldn't win, it was fine to protect himself. A momentary retreat was not shameful, so he just didn't add to the trouble. Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes. TSK boring. After she finished speaking, her beautiful eyes looked towards the two battlefields, and a wisp of seriousness flashed through her eyes. It had been a while, and she had never seen Nightmare and Demon fight for such a long time. It seemed that the opponents they had encountered this time were of a much higher quality than the opponents they had encountered in the past. They might not even be on the same level. Ah, if only Dumbo was here. These little guys will be gone with a wave of my hand. Chu Yingzhan subconsciously thought for a moment, and her face turned red. She hurriedly threw this thought out of her mind. How could she always rely on Dumbo? She had to think of a solution herself. Just like now, Dumbo was not by her side. If she encountered any trouble, she had to solve it herself. Dumbo, idiot blockhead. Achoo! Hundreds of meters high in the sky, Yun Nuashing was riding a huge fire phoenix that was condensed from energy. He sped through the sky. Suddenly, he sneezed and shook half the sky, startling Little Moon and the others. When they turned around, they saw him rubbing his nose in confusion. He had a baffled look on his face. Who is talking about me? Little Moon thought for a moment. I think it should be Sister Yingzhan. That girl talks about me for no reason. Achoo! What are you doing? Yun Nuashing sneezed again as he spoke. He was a little confused. Who missed me? Little Moon and the others shrugged their shoulders. Yun Nuashing rubbed his nose and yawned. Come to think of it, it has been 3 days. Why haven't I seen anyone on the road? However, there are large groups of demonic beasts. Yun Nuashing turned his head and looked ahead. For example, there was a large group of blood-winged dragons in front of him. They were so frightened by the aura of the phoenix that they lost control of their bowels and bladder and couldn't take care of themselves. However, although they were called dragons, the appearance of this group of demonic beasts was neither like a streamlined long worm with 4 or 5 claws, nor like a big lizard with 4 legs. 2 of their 4 claws were horns, and the other pair was on their dragon wings. The scarlet dragon wings emitted a faint smell of blood. The blood aura seeped out of the membrane of the wings, making this group of blood-winged dragons several times faster. The blood-winged dragons don't have any other uses, but that pair of dragon wings is a treasure. When refined into wings, it can directly increase the speed by 3 times. If some brilliant techniques are used, the limit can increase the speed by 9 times. It is applicable to people of all realms, including gods, Yun Nuashing said as he pointed at the large group of blood-winged dragons below. 9 times. Brother Yin, catch one for me and refine a pair of wings, okay? Yu hung on Yun Nuashing's neck and smiled like a flower. Mei Mao smiled. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and said, "The demonic beasts in this world aren't real demonic beasts. Have you forgotten? When they die, they will turn into stars and disappear, reintegrating into this world. If they aren't real, I can't get them for you." Hearing that, Yu sat down dejectedly. The blood-winged dragons are ancient creatures that have been extinct for a long time. This ancient is relative to the ancient times. So, don't think about those wings anymore. This race no longer exists in the god's realm. Yun Nuashing spread out his hands. Exin sat on the fire phoenix and drove a group of blood-winged dragons. This was a type of demonic beast that lived in groups. They had been driven from a place far away. Yun Nuashing originally thought that he would be able to see a larger race. However, after chasing for half an hour, he didn't see any other races. He could only sigh helplessly and said, "It seems that there are no more. Let's do it." "Oh," Little Moon responded cheerfully. The dejected Yu also jumped up in excitement. Then she was the first to rush down. Billowing demonic aura filled the air. Little Moon, Chu Xianling, and Chu Qin also hurriedly followed behind. This group of blood-winged dragons used to be quite powerful demonic beasts with unique talents. Unfortunately, under the pressure of the king of demonic beasts and demonic beasts, they were utterly defeated. They couldn't even organize a basic resistance. After being killed by the 4 people behind them, they fell from the sky one after another, turning into light spots and dissipating in midair. The remaining energy balls were collected by Yun Nuashing, one by one. Light red. The quality is a little higher. Looking at the energy that was collected into the melting starstone, Yun Nuashing murmured. He turned his head to look at the scene of Little Moon and the others killing. These weren't real demonic beasts, and they didn't have any qualms when they attacked. Originally, when they encountered the first group of demonic beasts, he was still hesitant about whether he should let them attack. After all, this might be quite stimulating for Little Moon. In the end, that little girl didn't go easy on them at all. She didn't have any psychological burden or psychological pressure. Only then did he feel that this little girl had grown up. Indeed, she was no longer the little brat who followed behind him and wanted him to tell her stories every day, just as his thoughts were running wild. A clear ray of moonlight suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping the area in front of them. Then, a huge wave of energy descended from the sky and landed on the ground with a bang, swallowing the many blood-winged dragons. Their huge bodies that were 100 feet tall rapidly melted in this extremely pure energy. Yun Nuashing was still in a daze. At this moment, she quickly reacted and opened an energy barrier. She rode her fire phoenix into the moonlight unhurriedly and waved her hand to collect all the energy balls that were floating in midair. Swoosh! A sound came from behind. Yun Nuashing hurriedly stopped her fire phoenix, and the moonlight pillar that filled this space also dissipated. After a while, for auras appeared behind her. She then slowly turned around. "You killed them all? Well done. You guys." Just as she was about to praise them, she turned her head and saw Little Moon and the other two girls' dirty faces. She couldn't help but be stunned and dumbfounded. She hurriedly took out a towel, wetted it with water elements, and wiped Little Moon's kitten-like face. "What happened to you guys?" At the mention of this, was a little angry. She puffed up her cheeks, pointed at Little Moon, and muttered, "This idiot was smeared in the face by a dragon." And then Yun Nuashing was stunned. She didn't expect those blood-winged dragons to be able to resist under the suppression of the Phoenix's power. "Then this idiot smeared our faces with Moon's arrival." Yun Nuashing's hand froze. Did they kill their allies together? I already warned this idiot loudly, but in the end, he still killed us like a thunderbolt. Pouted angrily. Yun Nuashing speechlessly pulled over, wiped her face, and turned her head. Was so embarrassed that she almost shrank her little head into her clothes. It seemed that this girl also knew that she had done something wrong. After being glanced at by Yun Nuashing, she squatted at the side with a sad face and drew circles. Chu Xianling finally came back to her senses. She coughed twice, and a mouthful of thick black smoke came out of her red lips. She had just fainted, and now she was still in a daze. "I think I saw Grandma waving at me from the other side of the river." Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pulled this little girl up from the fire phoenix's back and wiped her face with a wet towel. After checking, he said, It's fine. You just choked on Moon's arrival. You'll be fine after burping." Chu Xianling nodded gently. Her pretty face was slightly red as he wiped her face. He seemed to treat her as his own sister. "Big Brother Yin, what about me?" Chu Chen's eyes were twinkling as he looked at Yun Nuashing with anticipation. Yun Nuashing threw a towel over and said lightly, "You're a man. Settle it yourself." "Oh my God!" Chu Chen's face broke down. This was the difference in treatment, and it was too great. "Big Brother, over there!" Little Moon suddenly exclaimed as she pointed ahead. When Yun Nuashing and company heard that, they hurriedly turned their heads and looked in front of the fire phoenix. On the distant horizon, a scarlet cloud had appeared. It spread horizontally for an unknown number of miles. Anyway, they couldn't see the edge of the red cloud from where they were. What an intense, baneful aura. Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. His eyes gradually turned into a sea blue color, and his line of sight immediately saw the distant land in front of him. What entered his eyes was an endless sea of beasts, a sea of magical beasts. There were countless gigantic magical beasts. Tens of millions of them were piled together. So densely that there was not much extra space, the energy was constantly colliding and squeezing in this place, causing the air to become thin. The violent sound waves were constantly surging in the group of beasts, shaking the space to the point that ripples like water waves. The roars and roars resounded endlessly in this place. A beast horde. No, it should be a sea of beasts. A beast horde doesn't have such a huge number. Yun Nuashing's eyes gradually returned to normal. He said to Little Moon and company, "I'm afraid there are tens of millions of magical beasts in there. The baneful aura is very strong, and the air is filled with violent factors that are difficult to disperse. It seems that the group of winged blood dragons just now didn't go looking for their clan. Instead, they wanted to bring us here and then drown us with the spit of the tens of millions of magical beasts. There's still a large space opposite the beast horde. Let's go over and take a look." Little Moon and company nodded without any objection. Yun Nuashing also smiled faintly and rode the fire phoenix to quickly rush over. The sky here was a star domain. There were no clouds. The thick scarlet clouds were condensed by a violent aura and filled with countless violent factors. Conservatively speaking, one would turn into a fool if one took a breath. If one took a bath in the clouds, one would probably join the army of beasts and become a huge monster that only knew how to roar and make meaningless sounds all day long. Yun Nuashing and company gradually approached the red clouds. When they looked up, They could see that the star domain in the sky was gradually dyed with a faint scarlet color. The wind that blew against their faces seemed hot and dry. Weak, violent factors swept past them. If they stayed in this place for a long time, their mental state would probably be affected. Seal yourself. Don't absorb external energy into your body. The air here isn't very good, Yun Nuashing reminded them. Little Moon and company also nodded. They could feel that the air here was extremely bad. It was heavy and stuffy. Not only could they not absorb energy, but they also had to hold their breaths. When the densely packed sea of beasts appeared in their line of sight, Little Moon and company's expressions changed slightly. Their breathing became sluggish. Thousands of feet in front of their eyes were densely packed with huge demonic beasts. They were piled up side by side, and there was not even a few inches of space left. If you fall in, you probably won't be able to find it. Little Moon stuck out her tongue. The human race's body size was relatively small compared to the many other life forms. If they fell into this sea, they would probably be drowned in an instant. Shrunk her neck and muttered softly, "Ugh. If you fall in, you'll lose all your energy. You'll be eaten until there's nothing left." Crunch, crunch, crunch. Little Moon and Chu Xianling were shocked. "Don't talk about such a scary topic. Then let's discuss it now." Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. She waved her hand and unleashed a torrent of energy. A flying demonic beast that was charging at them was blasted into nothingness. Only a ball of light red energy was left floating in the sky. "Let's go, damn it." Waved her hand excitedly. Her jade-like hands were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. "This is a serious matter. The four of you should discuss who will stay behind to collect the celestial luck. I have to watch over you personally. You're not allowed to talk back," Yun Nuashing said seriously as she looked at Little Moon and the others. Me. Little Purple Soul suddenly jumped up and waved her little hands happily. Yun Nuashing was silent for a while. She held the little girl down with one hand and said, "Ahem, you guys continue." Then she turned around and comforted Little Purple Soul. The little girl was depressed after being ignored. Little Moon and the others looked at each other and shrugged. The three girls looked at each other for a moment and suddenly laughed. Then they raised their jade-like fingers and pointed at Chu Chin. They said in unison, "You stay behind to collect the celestial luck." Chu Chin nodded bitterly. What could he say? After all, no one cared about his younger brother. He might as well just cry to himself. Then, let's meet this sea of infinite beasts. Chapter 995. The crimson fire phoenix that swooped down from the sky was very conspicuous in this dark place. The beasts on the ground that had their backs to Yun Nuashing and the others began to move. The earth trembled. Many beasts roared and turned their heads, knocking down a large number of them. They sensed an extremely terrifying pressure, and their roars immediately reverberated through the heavens like thunder. The roars that spread out caused a chain reaction. The beasts all turned their heads, and their roars condensed into an ocean of sound waves that shattered the space. So noisy! A distance of 10,000 feet was equivalent to close combat for Yun Nua Planet. He arrived in an instant and swooped down from the sky, bringing with him a huge, colorful energy ball that was 10,000 feet in size. With a wave of his hand, he smashed the energy ball down from the sky, and the many magical beasts that were touched by it instantly turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Ta! With a crisp snap of her fingers, the huge energy ball suddenly trembled and emitted a dazzling light. The condensed energy suddenly burst out, and a terrifying shockwave and energy storm swept out. It swept across the land within a radius of 10,000 feet in an instant, causing huge scars to appear on the ground. The space collapsed inch by inch, and black cracks appeared in the void. The beasts in the distance were all blasted into the sky by this attack. They were like waves that were swept up by the shock wave and then fell back down from the sky. Their huge bodies smashed the beasts below into a bloody mess, and countless beasts were smashed to death. The energy that poured out suddenly shrank after spreading out to 10,000 feet. The remaining energy turned into a shockwave that spread into the distance, but did not have much power left. It only turned into a gust of wind and stopped. The sea of beasts was blasted into a flat land that was 10,000 feet wide. If one ignored the hideous scars, it was really clean. Roar, roar, roar. The beasts in the distance were not moved by the scene. Their scarlet eyes flashed with rage, and they charged towards Yun Nuashing and the others without fear of death. From afar, it looked like a tsunami was rolling up from the horizon and was sweeping towards them. Brother, these guys are not afraid of death. Little Purple Soul sat on the edge of the fire phoenix, swinging her legs. She could not help but giggle when she saw the rapid advance of the wave. Oh, no consciousness. That's not right, they've already gone mad. That's right, it would be strange if there were any normal life forms in this place with such a strong berserk element. These are all wild beasts that have lost their minds. They don't feel pain, and they aren't suppressed by foam or his power too much, Yun Nuashing said calmly. After all, lunatics aren't afraid of death, you said. As his voice fell, Little Moon and the others involuntarily cast their gazes towards Yun Nuashing, causing his face to twitch. Were they talking about him? Before Yun Nuashing could retort, smiled and pulled Little Moon and Chu Xianling down from the fire phoenix. Rays of moonlight and demonic shadows exploded, and the energy in the area boiled again. Big brother, be careful. Little Purple Soul waved at Yun Nuashing with a smile. Yun Nuashing smiled and pinched her little nose. Don't worry. In just a short while, the sea of demonic beasts in the distance swept over again. Oh, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call them a horde of wild beasts. In Yun Nuashing's eyes, these demonic beasts were not real-life forms to begin with. Now that they had gone mad, it was no different from being dead. He would just treat them as a bunch of weeds and get rid of them, leaving behind an energy barrier to cover the fire phoenix. Yun Nuashing's figure flashed and appeared in front of and the others. The four of them maintained a distance from the fire phoenix, looking at the wild beasts that were already in front of them. Their energy auras suddenly exploded. Boom! Boom! Moonlight, demonic aura, wild wind, and various elements gushed out. Under Yun Nuashing's careful control, they turned into a shock wave that exploded in an instant. The wild beasts within 1,000 feet of them were shattered into specks of light. The sea of wild beasts suddenly turned into a sea of specks of light. Chu Qin, who was following closely behind on the fire phoenix, waved his hand and collected all of the star energy that appeared into the melting starstone. Maintain the speed of our advance. Don't release too many large-scale, mystic skills. Also, don't overdo it with your divine techniques. There's no energy here for you to recover. Yun Nuashing turned his head and said to the three girls. 5 arrays that were 10 feet in size floated around him. Just as he finished speaking, 5 huge elemental energy pillars suddenly shot out from the arrays and pierced into the sea of wild beasts at the speed of light. 5 huge holes appeared in the sea of wild beasts, and starlight instantly sparkled. Oh, but Big Brother, you're randomly releasing large-scale attacks yourself. Yua muttered. Her jade-like hands carried demonic aura as she slapped several hundred wild beasts that were approaching from the left. With a snap of his fingers, he knocked over a large fan-shaped area of wild beasts in front of him. Yun Nuashing patted this girl's head while he was at it. I have a lot of energy. Actually, Big Brother can wipe out this place by himself with unparalleled. Little Moon gracefully waved her hand and sent down beams of moonlight. As the most basic attack of the new moon divine art, moonlight, it consumed little energy, had high attack power, and had a large area of effect. It was extremely suitable to be used in this kind of situation. She could kill hundreds and thousands of wild beasts with just a wave of her hand. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and glanced at Little Moon. He thought for a moment and said, every 100 times you use moonlight, you have to change the form of energy output. Little Moon, ha! Hearing this cute and confused ha, Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Do you think it's fine to use the new moon divine art like this? Little Moon shook her head blankly. No, then listen to me. 100 times. No, 70 times. Change the form of energy output. Figure out how to change it yourself. Yun Nuashing turned his head and said calmly, the new moon divine art was a little special. It didn't use the power of the stars, but the power of the moon. It was strange. Logically speaking, the latter was also a variation of the power of the stars. However, the person who created this divine art didn't seem to think so. Therefore, he created this divine art that specialized in the power of the moon. Little Moon was troubled. Yun Nuashing turned his head again and said, That's right, that's new moon and divine art, not new and moon divine art. Make sure. Little Moon was completely dumbfounded. Her attack speed slowed down by a beat. Now, she was counting with her moonlight. Every 5 times she counted, her heart would beat faster. Some sweat would appear on her pretty face. She was anxious. Couldn't help but stick out her tongue when she heard this. Brother Yin was so strict. Fortunately, she chose a demon divine art of the same quality. It was similar to the ancient demon divine art when she cultivated it. The latter didn't have too many problems and didn't need to be changed too much. Bang! Chu Xianling was on guard behind her. With a swing of her lily-white hand, a dense green storm rolled out, shattering dozens of ferocious beasts that approached her. She exhaled slightly, and there was a hint of seriousness on her face. Her position was actually a little more relaxed because Yun Nuashing had blocked the biggest obstacle. There weren't many ferocious beasts that could circle around Little Moon and Er's attacks. There are still a lot of them. Yes, there are tens of millions of them. It's just a matter of one technique. Yun Nuashing nodded. The 3 girls were speechless. Your technique is not on the same level as ours. On the fire phoenix in the sky, Chu Qin collected the celestial fate along the way. From time to time, he would wave his hand and kill a few ferocious beasts that rushed up against the fire phoenix's coercion. However, when he saw the ferocious beasts suddenly shattering when they came into contact with the barrier, he stopped attacking. There was no need for him to do anything at all. While collecting the celestial fate, Chu Chen raised his head and looked into the distance. The number of ferocious beasts still made his scalp go numb. An endless tide of ferocious beasts came from afar. There were ferocious beasts ranging from 100 feet to 1,000 feet. They were like small mountains and gave people a huge sense of oppression. However, those ferocious beasts seemed to have no effect on Yun Nuashing and the others. Whether they were 100 feet or 1,000 feet in size, wherever the colorful energy passed by, there were no survivors. Not even dregs were left behind. When the 3 girls attacked, there would at least be wreckage left behind. In the trembling ground, the surging energy waves rushed out continuously. Yun Nuashing and the others' speed was not affected at all. Starlight spread out behind them. Every time they advanced a distance, they would leave behind some specks of starlight. However, these specks of starlight would soon be filled up by more ferocious beasts. This path seemed to be endless. In Mei Mao's Little Moon, different ferocious beasts' faces were reflected. They had crimson eyes, ferocious faces, fur and scales of various colors, roaring in anger and wailing when they fell. She did not know how long they had been charging and how many times they had changed in her eyes and ears. Gradually, her vision became blurry. She did not consume much energy and did not feel too burdened. However, her mind was spinning rapidly. She analyzed the new moon divine art and racked her brains to use moonshine. Towards the end, she even thought of different types of energy attacks, such as diffuse attacks, backup attacks, 2-stage explosions, three-stage chains, energy transformations, and other forms of energy attacks. However, towards the end, she could not think anymore. Her head was dizzy, and it seemed like her mind was overloaded. "All right, that's it." A chuckle suddenly sounded beside her ear. Little Moon was stunned. Before she could react, she felt herself being carried. She quickly turned around and saw Yun Nuashing looking at her with doting eyes. Yun Nuashing reached out and rubbed her long hair. "Well done, little girl. Remember that energy attack method that you almost desperately thought of just now. The new moon divine art that you cultivate requires extremely high attainments in energy control. Energy transformations are essential. You have never come into contact with this before, so I could only find a way to stimulate you like this," Yun Nuashing said with a smile. "Energy transformations." Little Moon tilted her head in a daze. "Like Big Brother? It's a little close. I have extremely high control over all types of energy. The more energy I control, the more ways I can use it. I have to use them in a balanced manner. If I only let one type of energy stand out, it's very easy for the released energy to become violent. Although it looks very powerful, it's actually not the case." As Yun Nuashing spoke, she opened her 6 wings and hugged her tightly. Then she freed her right hand and clenched her 5 fingers with her palm facing down. A ball of energy quickly condensed. The ball of energy was only the size of a palm and was multicolored. The various colors within it fluctuated intensely. The energy particles inside seemed like they would burst out of the thin layer of energy at any time. "Watch carefully," Yun Nuashing shouted softly. She waved her hand and smashed it into the group of ferocious beasts ahead. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded through the heavens and earth, causing the earth, space, and sky to tremble violently. The sky was like a shattered mirror, with glass cracks appearing one after another. Shards fell from the sky, and a huge energy storm surged out and swept in all directions. The extremely violent energy formed a huge energy tornado that sucked in everything. Waves of energy surged out in all directions in a disorderly manner. Little Moon's eyes reflected the huge energy storm. She subconsciously grabbed her clothes tightly. This power was also the power of a demigod, but how could it reach such a level? Then another type. As Yun Nuashing spoke, she flipped her right hand and made a lifting motion. A ball of energy quickly condensed in her palm. It was still as big as before, but it was unusually calm. It was a multicolored ball of energy. Under the transparent layer of energy, she could see the particles of 10 types of elemental energy constantly fusing and condensing towards the center. It was not as violent and chaotic as before. She waved her right hand again. The ball of energy swayed lightly and disappeared in front of her. A moment later, a strong light suddenly bloomed. A huge ball of energy that was tens of thousands of feet tall bloomed on the horizon. It was like watching the sun rise from the east. Dazzling light scattered across the entire sky. Space and void silently shattered because all sound had disappeared. The ball of energy was rapidly expanding. It devoured everything it touched along the way, including the air, space, and ferocious beasts. Unparalleled shockwaves spread out in all directions. It was like a column of water rushing into a calm ocean. Huge ripples appeared on the surface of the ocean and spread out in all directions. When she was demonstrating her power, she deliberately chose 2 directions. At this moment, the energy storm in the 2 areas gradually dissipated. One area was shattered, as if it had been brutally destroyed. The other area was only left with a huge hole. Nothing existed. That area, along with space, had been devoured completely. They could still see the edge of the huge hole. The space was rapidly repairing itself. That was the power of the second energy attack. Both attacks contain the same amount of energy. These are only the simplest and most direct methods. Many of the rest are microscopic. You can't sense them, so I won't demonstrate them one by one. Yun Nuashing said softly to the three girls. This was knowledge related to the use of energy. Even though everyone in the god realm used energy, there weren't many people who had great achievements in this area. Most people pursued profound skills, profound arts, and divine arts. They used the energy usage methods left behind by others to use energy crudely. To put it bluntly, they were moves. However, she had only used energy in a very simple way. There weren't any fancy moves. It was just the most ordinary energy attack. Even if there's only one element, it's still the same. For example, Yun Nuashing looked at her surroundings. Then she raised her hand towards a piece of land in the distance and snapped her fingers. Bang! A moment later, there was a huge explosion of energy. Overflowing flames set the entire piece of land ablaze. That piece of land was burnt to ashes. Not even ashes of the ferocious beasts were left. If one looked carefully, they would discover that a huge circle had been burned out. Outside the circle, there wasn't even a trace of black burning. If you use profound skills and profound arts after reaching this level of energy control, you will realize that you've learned two different kinds of profound arts. Seeing the three girls' astonished gazes, Yun Nuashing smiled. Although divine arts and above could raise their energy usage by several levels, it was a passive increase. It wasn't a big deal for him to spend some time to personally demonstrate the true method of using energy. It was fine as long as they could improve and comprehend something. In the following battle, Yu and Chu Xianling both had a pensive look on their faces. They didn't smile, and they looked like they were thinking when they attacked. The former wasn't crazy anymore. She calmly sent out every slap. Yun Nuashing could feel a slight change in the surging, cold devil energy. It was the same for the girl behind him. As for Little Moon, because she had used her brain too much in the beginning, her brain was a little feverish. He let her rest quietly in his arms for a while. After all, at this level, it didn't matter if they attacked or not. Buzz! Yun Nuashing took a heavy step forward, and dozens of colorful energy rays suddenly burst out from under his feet. They rapidly extended in all directions and rushed to the end of his line of sight in a short while. That movement made Yu and Chu Xianling startled. They quickly looked over and saw that the dozens of colorful energy rays had enveloped the entire ground. Following that, energy pillars that were only as thick as an arm burst out from each of the thin rays and rushed into the sky. Many ferocious beasts that came into contact with this energy pillar were all pierced through, and their wounds were abnormally smooth. Roar! All kinds of ferocious beasts had bloodshot eyes, and their painful roars resounded. They originally thought that they wouldn't feel pain, but they didn't expect that they could roar out because of the pain. Tens of millions of tiny beams of energy erupted from the ground and rushed into the sky like raindrops going against the flow. They gathered in the sky to form a ball of energy that was 1,000 feet in size. A moment later, there was a crisp snap of a finger. The huge ball of energy trembled and suddenly turned into a huge, colorful array that encompassed an area of 10,000 feet. The energy of 10 different elements surged in the array, releasing an astonishing aura. "Let this land burn," Yun Nuashing murmured. The huge, colorful formation in the sky suddenly trembled, and light rain fell from the sky. Every drop of light rain was 100 meters in size. Rather than raindrops, they were more like balls of water that smashed down from the sky. The ferocious beasts that were hit by the balls of water fell to the ground, and this wasn't the end. The raindrops turned into colorful flames under the gaze of the three girls, and they turned into huge, colorful icicles that froze the ferocious beasts or suddenly impaled them on the icicles. Some even extended into colorful vines that were hundreds of meters long, spanning across the battlefield in an instant. They wrapped around the ferocious beasts and suddenly turned into a storm that threw them into the sky. The scene was chaotic, extremely chaotic. Later on, Little Moon and the others didn't even know what the colorful energy was. It was ever-changing, and it seemed to be everything. It also seemed to be an ordinary ball of energy that contained the energy of 10 different elements. It could transform into any form of attack. Brother Yin, there are people over there. There are so many of them. Chu Qin, who was flying in the sky, suddenly shouted. Yun Nuashing and the others looked up and saw Chu Qin pointing to the left. Yun Nuashing lowered her head, and her eyes were glowing with blue light. She looked through the layers of ferocious beasts and suddenly saw a group of people in the distance. They were doing their best to kill the ferocious beasts, and it was very strenuous for them. All kinds of ferocious beasts were charging towards the huge group. Most of the ferocious beasts were killed by the combined efforts of the group. Some exceptionally strong ferocious beasts were able to charge to the front of the group. Oh, I see them. They are all a group of demigods. They look quite pathetic. Yun Nuashing looked for a while and turned back to see Yu and the others. Her eyes flashed, and she couldn't help but smile. Then let's go and support them. We can also ask for information about this place. Chapter 996. This was a nightmarish day. Baisher thought exhausted. He was close to exhaustion, but he was still submerged in the army of ferocious beasts. He waved the sharp blade in his hand numbly, even though there was only air in front of him. It seemed that only by waving his weapon could he feel a sense of security. He didn't even need to lift his feet, as the panicked people behind him would push him forward. Their team was like a long and flat bubble, withstanding great pressure from all directions. Their numbers were negligible, and they were as small as ants in front of the giant beasts that were as strong as mountains. The ground was stained with blood, and it was obvious that the blood was shed by their people. These giant beasts didn't have blood or bones, but were just balls of starlight. Thump, thump. Their violent heartbeats were magnified infinitely in their ears, and there was also the sound of their breathing. The experts around them were also roaring like wild beasts, as if shouting at the top of their lungs could bring them strength. However, this couldn't scare the group of ferocious beasts that were charging in front of the team. The team was still pushing forward, and not many people dared to stop and collect the starlight that was left behind. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear and exhaustion, and they just wanted to leave this place quickly and escape from this nightmarish hell. Roar, 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 roar. Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts rushed to the front of the troops with bloodshot eyes. Most of the ferocious beasts were killed by a round of attacks, but even more of them rushed to the front of the troops and engaged in close combat. A few ferocious beasts fell from the sky like cannonballs, smashing into the huge troops. Hundreds of people immediately panicked and fell down like wheat being harvested. The large team was split into 2 or 3 sections by brute force, and they were like a lone island surrounded by a group of sharks. The pressure in the surroundings increased exponentially, and most of the people's faces turned pale. In their panic, they hurriedly pushed the people in front of them forward, and they carelessly threw out energy attacks, injuring their own people. The demigods, who could normally fight against beginner god-level experts, were gradually exhausted after such a long battle. The moment they lost their defenses, they were almost instantly bitten by the ferocious beasts' bloody mouths. And as they screamed in terror, they were dragged into the large group of ferocious beasts. The crowd's faces turned pale when they saw this. Don't panic. Those who still have combat power hold the perimeter and replace those who don't have enough power. Baisher shouted, but he smiled bitterly. This team had stopped listening to his command since an hour ago. Panic and fear had occupied everyone's mind. Everyone was rushing forward, and the people at the front would never be able to come down until they were exhausted and were eaten by the beasts. In the end, only death awaited them. Since a few hours ago, nearly half of the team had been lost. Everyone had lost their minds, and fear had occupied the highest point. The vicious cycle was getting more and more serious. Baisher's team had been losing members since a few hours ago. These guys, they're all exhausted, Baisher gritted his teeth fiercely. In the chaos of the group's advance, he could barely maintain the speed of his own advance. He did not want to be overtaken by others and end up dying a tragic death. The spreading despair had made everyone unable to control themselves. The group was already fragmented. It would not be long before they were completely buried in this sea of beasts. Squeezing out all the stored energy in his body, Baishar exhaled heavily and wiped his sweat. Suddenly, he felt that the surrounding pressure seemed to have lessened a little, which made him stunned. The number of beasts has decreased a lot. Is it the end? This thought made him overjoyed. He suddenly raised his head and felt an extremely tyrannical energy fluctuation. Not far away, there was a huge energy fluctuation. He looked around and soon saw an array formation exuding a vast and mighty power in the sky to the left. That was definitely not the power of a vicious beast. Everyone move forward to the right. That's the safe zone. Baishar gathered the last of his strength and let out a roar. The roar contained the power of the soul and mental strength, which shocked everyone. Their blood-red eyes regained some clarity. Looking up, there were also people who saw the huge array. Suddenly, a feeling of joy surged in their hearts. The glimmer of light that they saw in the desperate situation almost blinded everyone's eyes. There was no need for more commands. Everyone's strong desire to survive made them all move in unison. They all rushed towards the direction of the formation. The huge beasts that had rushed to the front of the team were shattered by the powerful force that erupted from the group of people who had just escaped from a desperate situation. A piece of land was cleared out. Buzz! The colorful array in the sky seemed to have sensed the movement of the group and moved a little in their direction. Everyone cried tears of joy when they saw this. Hurry up and follow! Some people who were already at death's door saw this scene, and it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They did not hesitate to squeeze out the last bit of energy in their body to rush over. It was said that people could erupt with incredible power when they were in despair. When they encountered hope at the moment of despair, they would do everything to fight for that glimmer of hope. They would not hesitate to burn themselves for it. There is not a single beast in the area covered by the array. Baishar rushed to the middle position. He still had the strength to cover the people who were about to fall. Seeing that the array was a safe zone, he could not help but feel ecstatic. He grabbed a person who was about to faint next to him and threw him into the array. Holding a sharp blade with both hands, he roared and killed all the beasts that rushed over. Everyone! Rush over! Everyone looked at the matrix. It was not that there were no ferocious beasts attacking the area, but when those ferocious beasts approached the edge of the matrix, the colorful matrix in the sky would send down a colorful flame and burn them to ashes. As the matrix approached the crowd, the ferocious beasts that had surrounded Baishar and the others changed their target and charged towards the people in the matrix without fear of death. However, when they came into contact with the matrix, they would burst into colorful flames with a poof, as if they were self-immolating. Of course, this scene was also seen by others. Their eyes flickered slightly. Because they saw hope, their ecstasy was extinguished in an instant. They became much calmer. The person who rushed at the front gritted his teeth fiercely, covered his face with both hands, and rushed straight into the array. I'm fine. When the first person landed on the ground, he looked at himself with fear and trepidation. When he realized that he wasn't burning, he immediately laughed out loud. Hot tears flowed out of his eyes. When the others saw this, they rushed towards the array with their lives on the line. There was no order at all when the crowd rushed forward. They just buried their heads and rushed forward, sweeping away the obstacles in front of them. As a result, the group was stretched into a long, thin strip. Those who fell behind gradually lost their physical strength and could not keep up with the large group. The people in front were getting fewer and fewer. Inadvertently, the path forward was cut off. More than a dozen people broke away from the large group and were surrounded. Save us! A woman screamed in horror and stretched out her hand to the front. Hope and despair intertwined in her eyes and attacked her mind. The people in front heard the scream behind them and turned around. They saw that the group of people was completely surrounded by the army of beasts. Seeing that there was no way out, those people clenched their fists fiercely. They hesitated for a moment, then gritted their teeth and turned a deaf ear to it. They plunged into the array. It was not easy for them to escape. They did not want to go back to hell there. Damn it! Bai Sher cursed when he saw that the people behind him did not help. He turned around and was about to rush out. However, a beautiful figure rushed out of the array at a faster speed. He was stunned. Everyone's eyes flashed as they saw a young lady in a white dress appear outside the array. She frowned as she looked at the scarlet eyes that filled her line of sight. An unusually cold black aura surged out from her body and condensed into a demonic shadow that was 100 feet tall. The demonic shadow pressed its hands heavily on the ground and pressed the hundreds of ferocious beasts that had surrounded the 10 people into starlight. Demonic roar! A cold voice suddenly sounded. The huge demonic shadow looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. The terrifying sound waves swept out like waves, crushing the space. The ferocious beasts within a radius of 1,000 feet were directly shaken to death when they came into contact with the trembling sound waves. The ferocious beasts further away were swept into the air by the sound waves and retreated into the distance. "Hold on!" Yor shouted softly. She waved the demonic shadow and grabbed the 10 people with her huge palm. Then her delicate body swayed and rushed into the array with the demonic shadow. To those 10 people, what happened just now only happened in a short 10 seconds. By the time they reacted, they had already been rescued by Yor and thrown into the formation. There was no violent aura here, so they immediately relaxed. They collapsed to the ground, panting like cows. The situation just now was really a roller coaster ride. They saw hope but were blocked by despair. When they reacted, they were already saved. The roller coaster ride of life was really quite exciting. As for those who did not save them, they had nothing to say. They said that they were partners who attacked the beast tied together, but they were just comrades on the surface. They were not familiar with each other. To put it bluntly, they were just using each other. Bai Sher could still save them. It was already very difficult for him to rush out to save them. If it were other people, they would have saved their own lives. How would they have the time to save others? Hundreds of people lay on the ground like dead dogs, panting desperately. They did not even want to lift their fingers. When they saw the spirit design and charged over, they had also suffered some losses. However, compared to the overall situation, their losses were considered small. They had lost more than half of their group, including some young experts who were hailed as geniuses and favored by the heavens. Some of them were in a daze, their eyes glazed over. After escaping from that nightmare, they had suffered a huge blow. The deaths of their friends and family were irreversible. It was only because they had thought of coming to this place in the first place. If they had not thought of this at the beginning, everything would probably be fine. "Little brother." A man knelt on the ground. His face was ashen, and his hands were constantly scratching his hair. Today he was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Bai Sher glanced at him and sighed silently. It was his idea to enter the sea of beasts. Of course, he did not force anyone to participate. However, he did not expect that many people would respond to his call. 2,000 to 3,000 experts came, and almost 70% of them were lost. Yet they still could not break through this sea of beasts. He tidied himself up a little, stood up, and walked towards the center of the array. There were 4 people there. It was them who saved this group of people. Yun Nuashing hummed a little tune and joked with Little Moon and the others from time to time. Originally, if he was alone, there was no need for him to save this group of people. If it was for the information about the divine miracle of the divine spirit, he might have helped. This was also with a purpose. He would definitely not save people for no reason. However, when Little Moon and Little Moon looked at him, he instantly thought of many things. His state of mind was already more than half black, but he could still pretend to be very white. He did not care about himself, but his 2 sisters were beside him. When he saw their eyes and their pure state of mind, Yun Nuashing felt that it might be a good choice to save this group of people. How should he put it? Was he putting on a show for his two sisters? Perhaps that was the case. He was hopeless, but he did not want the people around him to become like him. Little Moon, and Little Purple Soul were all very good children. Their states of mind were pure, kind, and had never been tainted by the darkness of this time. He felt this and wanted them to maintain it. Therefore, he helped them. This was actually not a big problem for him. Well, next time when the two girls are beside me, I should change my mindset a little. Yun Nuashing smiled and looked at Little Moon and Little Purple Soul. He reached out his hand and rubbed the two girls' faces dotingly. It would be fine as long as they could maintain this state. They would always be so pure and innocent. He would carry the darkness on his back. Hearing footsteps behind him, Yun Nuashing's expression turned serious. He turned around and saw a man about 20 years old walking slowly towards him. His appearance could only be considered delicate. His clothes were tattered and stained with a lot of blood. It could be his own or someone else's. He was not handsome and did not seem to be very strong. Among the people present, Yun Nuashing could easily pick out a dozen people who were stronger than him. However, this person seemed to be the leader of this group. Although he led them astray in the end at the last moment, he still wanted to go out and save them. Although he was about to die, should he say that he was warm-hearted? However, compared to some of the others, he seemed to be better. Yun Nuashing muttered in his heart. He had been watching this group just now. Bai Sure slowly walked towards Yun Nuashing and the others. He looked at them and then lowered his head. He cupped his hands and bowed. I am Bai Sure. Thank you for saving us this time. Ahem, hold on. Our elder sister saved you because it was convenient. You look like you can still talk. You seem to be the only person in the group who understands. Then you should be able to understand what we mean, right? Waved her hand and interrupted him. Bai Sure was stunned. He smiled bitterly and nodded. I understand. If you want me to do something, I will do my best. It's nothing. We just want to ask you for information about this divine miracle. We have been walking for a few days, and we haven't seen anyone. Yun Nuashing sighed softly. Oh, and tell me, why are you here? With your combat strength, it seems a little silly. Silly. Yun Nuashing thought about it and felt that it was better to tell the truth. That's all. Bai Sure was stunned for a moment. He smiled bitterly. He did not expect the army of beasts to be so large. If he knew, he would not have come here no matter what. After pondering for a while, he organized his words and explained the purpose of his trip. The other side of the Sea of Beasts? Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other. They were a little confused. They did not expect it to be such a simple reason. Yes, this Sea of Beasts is a mystery in the demigod rank area of the divine miracle. The demigods who came to explore the divine miracle all wanted to try to break through this Sea of Beasts and find out what is on the other side. However, no one succeeded. Over time, this became a reserved project. Every time, the demigods would gather to break through the Sea of Beasts. Bai Sure scratched his head as he spoke. There was a hint of regret on his face. In the past, even if we could not break through, we would choose to retreat when we felt that our strength was fading. That way, even if we could not break through, we could still gain a lot of star luck. However, this time, the strength that we gathered exceeded the number of people in the past. I was very confident that we could break through this time, but we were almost annihilated. Yun Nuashing said bluntly. Bai Sure nodded regretfully. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely not break through this place. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and said, We should have come from the other side of the Sea of Beasts. We were in there when we first entered the divine miracle. When Bai Sure heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Impossible. I have never heard of anyone who could directly. He was stunned halfway through his sentence. These people in front of him came from the other side of the Sea of Beasts. There seemed to be no reason for them to lie to him. Thinking of this, he could not help but smile bitterly. But this is too dramatic. I know what you want to say. Yun Nuashing said faintly. Bai Shi smiled bitterly and nodded. After a while, he sorted out his messy thoughts. He was slightly hopeful and asked carefully, Then, can you tell me what is on the other side of the Sea of Beasts? Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other and shrugged. Yun Nuashing shook her head helplessly and said, There is nothing. There are only groups of demonic beasts. Maybe there are some places that we have not explored. After all, it has only been 3 days and there is no one there. We are tired of playing and followed a group of demonic beasts here. So we want to go over and have a look. Bai Shi's jaw dropped and his cheeks twitched. They wanted to go over to the other side, but Yun Nuashing and the others wanted to come over from the other side. This is too dramatic. So, what is the situation on your side? Yun Nuashing asked. Bai Shi came back to his senses. He thought for a while and said, The demigod masters are all gathered there. The space is very big, and we can't explore it all in a short time. The quality of the star providence over there is quite low. As he spoke, he took out a small, transparent bottle. There was a pale white ball of energy the size of a thumb in the bottle. It was very thin, and Yun Nuashing and the others were stunned when they saw it. What a thin ball of energy! The quality of the star providence is divided by color. The color of the star liquid is the same as the color of its energy layer. There are 9 corresponding colors from low to high. White is the most common and is almost useless. Then there are cyan, blue, yellow, and orange. These 4 colors are the more common star providence. During the change in the small divine land, the change was not very obvious. We need to use a large amount of star providence to pave the way for a special change to be seen. Yun Nuashing extended 4 fingers and continued, The last 4 colors are considered to be of high quality. These 4 colors have to be picked out separately because the colors of these 4 star providence will merge and change. For example, the purplish-black star providence and the purplish-red star providence that we collected before are the merging of these 2 colors. There will only be 2 colors. These few colors generally represent the colors of all the stars in the star field. However, their contents are completely different. This is just a matter of quality. Even if 2 purplish-black star providences are placed in front of us, they may have different attributes. We will talk about this when the time comes. Right now, we just need to know that the 2 colors are not the same, Yun Nuashing said. Bai Shi was stunned when he heard this. He had never heard of this before. He had never heard of anyone who could divide the star providence so clearly. In other words, the star providence on the other side of the ocean of beasts is of a higher quality. Is that it? No, it should be like that. Bai Shi sighed. He felt that his expectations were disappointed. He thought that there would be something else on the other side. In the end, it was just like that. Chapter 997. That's not necessarily the case. Seeing Bai Shi so depressed that he had lost his fighting spirit, Yun Nuashing thought for a while and said, The star fate over there is of a higher quality and we haven't explored it completely. There might be something hidden there that hasn't been discovered yet. Hearing this, Bai Shi sighed and shook his head. Even so, we can't go there. There are a large number of demonic beasts living in groups. This group of guys who don't have much unity won't be able to deal with them. Although the opportunity is good, it's useless if we risk our lives. We can't even cross the sea of 10,000 beasts. How can we dream of the opportunity on the other side? Are you planning to retreat? Yun Nuashing raised her eyebrows. This guy was a sensible person. He knew when to pick up and when to let go. However, she wasn't trying to persuade him. She was just stating the truth. Outside the range of the magic array, there were still countless fearless giant beasts charging towards the magic array. Majestic figures were blasted into dregs by the pure energy when they came into contact with the magic array, leaving behind starlight all over the ground. Every time a starlight appeared, Chu-chan would fly over and collect the star fate. The people who were protected by the magic array couldn't help but look sideways at the scene. Their eyes flickered as if they were tempted. However, the energy from the magic array in the sky was too frightening. They were still under someone's protection at this moment, so it was better not to act rashly. If they were thrown out, they would have nowhere to cry. This magic array was filled with pure energy and didn't contain any violent elements. Everyone could feel it. After sorting out their thoughts, they sat down, cross-legged, to recover. Regardless of whether they were depressed or discouraged, this place was not a good place. There was danger at any time. While that mysterious guy was holding up the magic array to resist all the beasts, they had to quickly recover. About half an hour later, she felt that everyone had more or less recovered. Most of them were able to move, but there was still a small group of people who were still seriously injured. They were the 10 people that Yun Nuashing asked Yuer to bring back. They had used up too much of their energy at the last moment and were still trapped in the horde of ferocious beasts. They didn't have much energy left. Their injuries couldn't be treated in half an hour. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and asked Yuer to throw them onto the fire phoenix. After waiting for a while, Yun Nuashing patted her butt and stood up. She looked around and said to everyone, "Get up if you're done resting. It's been an hour." As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Nuashing and the others continued to walk in the direction they had come from. Everyone was stunned when they saw this, and there was confusion in their eyes. "Aren't we going to continue forward?" "We're going forward. We're just following the path I took." Yun Nuashing glanced at everyone indifferently and said, "We just came back from the opposite side of the ocean of 10,000 beasts. We're going in the opposite direction from you. If any of you want to continue forward, please do so. I don't have the time to bring you over. At most, I can give you a ride and bring you back to where you came from." Everyone was silent for a moment and looked at each other. They could feel the unconcealable exhaustion from each other. The after-effects of the battle had yet to subside. At this moment, many people had lost their fighting spirit. The tragic battle was still vivid in their minds. Just thinking about it made their hands tremble. They all knew that if they went deeper into the ocean of 10,000 beasts, they would definitely be wiped out, unless this array master brought them there, but it didn't seem very likely. In the end, no one insisted on continuing forward. They just struggled to stand up and followed behind Yun Nuashing and the others step by step. They lifted their feet stiffly in the direction they came from, and there was some confusion in their eyes. Was it over? Why did they come to this place? They had paid such a painful price, but they didn't see anything. "Brother Yin, the atmosphere is so gloomy," Yuer said as she pulled Yun Nuashing's hand and glanced behind her with her gem-like eyes. "They've lost their fighting spirit. They paid a huge price, but they didn't see anything. This is normal. Since the Antiquity Age, there has never been a lack of people like this. Paying a price and working hard doesn't necessarily mean that you'll gain something. Losing your fighting spirit is a small matter. If you can't adjust yourself, you might just give up on yourself." Yun Nuashing paused for a moment. She rolled her eyes and thought for a while. Then she said, "But I don't think that will happen. These are the young heavens prides of the Kuan Yuan region. They should be able to adjust themselves easily." Ha 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 ha. Just as Yun Nuashing finished speaking, a loud laughter suddenly came from the crowd. The laughter was hoarse and contained despair and confusion. Everyone was stunned and quickly turned their heads. They saw a figure laughing maniacally and rushing to the edge of the array. He crashed into the colorful flames falling from the sky and was engulfed by the flames, leaving nothing behind. Yun Nuashing said, "One of them went crazy so quickly? Are all the demigods so fragile recently? How can they be called heaven's prides of the Kuan Yuan region? What a joke!" Yun Nuashing's words echoed in everyone's ears, causing many people to lower their heads. Some people clenched their fists in shame. They did indeed have such thoughts, but now that Yun Nuashing brought it up, Those thoughts that were already wavering completely dissipated. Why didn't they go crazy back then? Chu Chen saw this scene from the fire phoenix and scratched his head. They didn't go crazy when they ran back, but now they went crazy. When they first survived, their minds were filled with the desire to survive. They didn't have time to think about other things. Now that they have calmed down, they have started to think about other things. Yun Nuoxing calmly looked away. Those who want to commit suicide are those who are in a relatively calm state and their thoughts are in a mess. How should I put it? They are seeking their own deaths in a calm state. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and didn't want to delve into this topic. For the rest of the journey, his expression was very calm. He calmly controlled the array and annihilated the beasts. The surroundings were also quiet. Everyone had mixed feelings when they saw this scene, but now that they had calmed down, they naturally wouldn't have those strange thoughts. The scene of rushing out to seek their own deaths didn't happen again. There was only a strange silence here. The journey back was many times easier than when they came. Although Yun Nuoxing was the only one maintaining the array to fight against countless beasts, his power was many times stronger than the combined power of hundreds or thousands of demigods. The two naturally couldn't be compared. This journey only took 2 hours to break out of the ocean of beasts. There was a transparent barrier at the edge of the ocean that prevented the sea of beasts from spreading. You are playing with fire. Yun Nuoxing saw the thin barrier and couldn't help but twitch his cheek. Bai Shi and the others entered the ocean of beasts by breaking the barrier, but this barrier seemed very fragile to him. As long as there was a hole, its defensive power would be greatly reduced. A small group of beasts could easily tear a hole in the barrier. At that time, the demigod rank area of the divine miracle would be trampled by a large group of beasts. At that time, it wouldn't be just 1 or 2 people who would die. If the demigod rank powerhouses didn't gather together, it wouldn't be impossible for them to be slowly wiped out. Bai Shi scratched his head and looked a little embarrassed. Obviously, he knew about the barrier, but there have been so many ocean of beasts in the divine miracle in the past. Every time it's like this. I've never heard of a large number of beasts crossing the border, so they habitually followed what happened in the past and gathered a large group of people to attack the sea of ferocious beasts again, as if they had planned it beforehand. They wanted to rush to the other side. Chu Chen spread his hands. He already knew what Bai Shi wanted to say. This was probably the nature of humans. They would habitually repeat the same thing. Bai Shi smiled and nodded. This was indeed the case. After all, it had happened every time. This time, even if he didn't stand out, someone else would take the lead and lead them to attack the ocean of beasts. Maybe other people wouldn't lead them to the center of the ocean of beasts. Maybe they would follow the usual method of gathering the stars and then return safely. However, he was different. He really wanted to lead them to the ocean of beasts. Unfortunately, he overestimated his own strength and the others' strength. Not only did they not reach their destination, but they also suffered heavy casualties. If they didn't meet Yun Nuoxing, they would have been buried in the stomach of the beasts. Yun Nuoxing yawned and looked at the people who were still somewhat depressed. He frowned slightly. He felt that he should say something, but he couldn't say it. He didn't want to speak. After a while, he raised his eyebrows and sighed. After watching for a while, he raised his eyebrows and sighed softly. He still did not intend to speak, so he reached out and patted Bai Shi's shoulder. I'll leave this group of people to you. Disband them the way you brought them here. You have to admit that what happened today is a failure, but at least you survived. The dead are gone, and the living still need to move forward. Even if it's for those who moved forward with you, you can't stop rashly. They sacrificed their lives in exchange for your survival. Even if you don't do anything, don't pay homage to them and don't even remember who they were. It's not for anyone. Even if it's for yourself, this life that you picked up shouldn't be lost. If you've made up your mind, then pull yourself together. We'll take our leave first. Yun Nuoxing patted Bai Shi's shoulder hard. He turned his head and saw that everyone was looking at him with sparkling eyes. He couldn't help but be stunned and scratched his cheek. He seemed to be a little agitated when he spoke. Everyone here was a demigod. Their hearing wasn't weak. They could tell when they saw the people at the edge of the crowd looking at them. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He was just saying in his heart, "Don't say anything and let Baishar comfort this group of little ones." But in the end, he said it out loud in the next second. It was funny. Yun Nuashing couldn't stand the dozens of gazes from the hundreds of pairs of eyes. He waved his hand and pulled Little Moon and the others onto the fire phoenix. They fled in a hurry, leaving behind a handsome back view. The hundreds of people who came back from the edge of hell were puzzled. What a strange guy, they thought, hugging little purple soul and riding the fire phoenix leisurely in the sky. Yun Nuashing's body swayed. His mind was in turmoil again. He came back from the other side of the sea of murders. He didn't have a specific plan for what he was going to do. Initially, he came here to see if he could find anyone in that place. Now that he could occasionally see people while flying across the sky, he had achieved his goal. Then he didn't know what to do. "Big Brother Yin, what do we do next?" Chu Chin looked back at the sea of murders until it disappeared from his sight. Then he turned back to look at Yun Nuashing and asked. Yun Nuashing was a little embarrassed. He didn't know what to do yet. "Well, let me think for a while." Yor jumped around on the fire phoenix and looked around. Suddenly, she stopped in front of Yun Nuashing. She extended her jade-like finger and poked the star pearl in front of Yun Nuashing's forehead. Then she glanced at his face, who was deep in thought. She giggled. After a while, her gaze paused and stopped on his palm. She raised his palm and rubbed it with her soft little hand. Puzzled, she asked, "Brother Yun, what is this?" Yun Nuashing heard her and turned to look at his palm. He saw a ball of pale pink light on his palm. It seemed to be coming from his palm, and it couldn't be removed. It stuck to his palm. Bits of pale pink fluorescent light scattered in the air and quickly dissipated. Yun Nuashing was stunned. This thing obviously wasn't made by him. However, he wasn't sure when it came to him because this pale pink light didn't have any energy reaction. It seemed to be a pure ball of light. Could it be that his light element had changed? He sank his consciousness into his body and examined himself for a minute. Before he was done, Little Moon exclaimed. He was so shocked that he hurriedly opened his eyes and turned his head. He saw Little Moon looking a little confused. She lowered her head and looked at her palm. There was also a ball of pale pink light on it. It wasn't any different from his. "Ah, you has it too. Sister Chu has it too. Brother Chu has it too." Looked at herself, then at Chu Chen and Little Moon. Then she said in surprise, "The 5 of them had this pale pink light on their hands." She didn't know what it meant. "There's no energy reaction. I can only assume that it's something in this space. Let's find someone to ask," Yun Nuashing murmured. He controlled the fire phoenix to descend a little. There were 3 people in the forest below. He could ask them. It would be great if they knew. The 3 people were sitting cross-legged under a tree to rest. Suddenly, they felt an extremely imposing aura rapidly approaching them. They were shocked and quickly opened their eyes. They saw Yun Nuashing and the other 4 riding on the fire phoenix and swooping down. They were shocked by the majestic aura. They thought that it was someone who came to deal with them. They wanted to get up and run. Yun Nuashing jumped down and landed in front of them. He cupped his hands. "Wait a moment, the 3 of you. I have something to ask you." The 3 people were stunned. They looked at each other and glanced at Yun Nuashing. Their eyes flashed. They were already very familiar with that light and couldn't be bothered to complain about it. They simply ignored it. "Ah, you're not here to cause trouble for us?" Among the 3 people, the man who looked calmer walked out and asked hesitantly. Yun Nuashing shook his head. He raised his right hand, which was glowing with a faint pink light, and said, "Do you know what this light means?" "Hiss, this is." The 3 people gasped. Their movements were very loud. Yun Nuashing secretly laughed. It seemed that they knew what was going on. "What is this?" Yun Nuashing So you guys have such a big reaction, but you don't know what this thing is? Ahem, ignore the two of them. The calm man hurriedly waved his hand and coughed. He could feel the strength of this group of people in front of him. They weren't like these two idiots who still had the mood to tease them. He carefully looked at the light on Yun Nuashing's hand and then looked at the light on Little Moon and the others' outstretched hands. He pondered for a while and said, "If I'm not wrong, this should be the entry qualification." Entry qualification. What entry qualification? Chu Chin scratched his head in confusion. The final destination. The final destination of the divine miracle of the Holy Spirit. The calm man's eyes lit up, and his expression became slightly excited. There's a place in the divine miracle of the Holy Spirit that others call the final destination. Oh, I know. You don't have to say anything about this. Tell me, how do you get the entry qualification? Yin Nuashing waved her hand and interrupted him. The steady man laughed dryly and nodded. Actually, I don't know about that either. There is a limit to the number of people who can enter the final destination. You just have to perform well in the divine miracle of the Holy Spirit. For example, you can collect a lot of star fate. That should be the simplest way. There are also places to train and so on. What about the 10,000 Beasts Ocean? Little Moon asked. If you break through the 10,000 Beasts Ocean and have an amazing battle record, you can also get the entry qualification, the calm man said. No wonder, no wonder. We just ran back from the 10,000 Beasts Ocean. So that's how it is. You are suddenly understood. No wonder there was a reaction after leaving the 10,000 Beasts Ocean. It turned out that they had been calculating the results when they were in the ocean and on the other side. They had killed tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. It could be considered an outstanding battle record. That was why they got the entry qualification. The calm man and the other two were shocked when they heard this. These 5 people were ruthless. They actually got the entry qualification from the 10,000 Beasts Ocean. There were very few people who got the entry qualification in this place because the requirements were much higher than other ways to get the entry qualification. The calm man pondered for a while and his eyes flashed. The entry qualification will be replaced. As long as another person has a higher result than you in the divine miracle of the Holy Spirit, they will get the entry qualification for your final destination. However, it is said that those who get the entry qualification in the 10,000 Beasts Ocean basically won't have their entry qualification transferred. However, the requirements to get the entry qualification, they're also very high. When they heard the first part, Chu Chin and the others were shocked. After hearing this, they were relieved. In this way, they didn't have to worry about the transfer of the entry qualification. Even if you get the qualification, it's just a qualification. If you can't open the final place, it's all in vain. That place hasn't been opened for so many years. Who knows if it's going to be a weak finish this time? Several of my senior brothers have been to the Saint Spirit miracle. After listening to their bragging, I concluded that every time they fought for the qualification to enter the final place, they would be blocked by a layer of barrier. They could only see it, but they couldn't go in. It's useless. In the end, they worked so hard for so long and were so tired that they vomited blood. It's all in vain. Although I don't know what it's for, Master and the others just said a few words, and I couldn't refuse. Even if I came, I couldn't compete with others. It wasn't easy for me to gather a certain amount, but then I was robbed halfway. Not even a little soup was left, and I was beaten up. Even now, I'm starting to wonder what I'm doing here. I didn't cultivate well, and I didn't collect much star fate, and I was even beaten up. The calm man couldn't listen anymore. He quickly covered the guy's mouth with his hand and dragged him behind. He smiled wryly at Yun Nuashing and the others and said, "Sorry, this guy talks too much." Yun Nuashing smiled and shook his head. With a wave of his hand, he took out a very small melted starstone. It was about the size of a thumb, but the capacity inside was much larger than expected. Moreover, it was already filled with star fate. It had been condensed and stripped of its energy layer. He took a look and casually tossed it to the steady man, saying, "There's quite a bit of celestial fate in here. Take it as your reward for telling us the information. As for the celestial fate in here, it's pure celestial fate. With your crude collection methods, most of the celestial fate you've collected is modeled energy. There's enough in here for the three of you." After saying that, he didn't care about the shocked expressions of the three people. He turned around and was about to leave. After thinking for a while, he said, "Be smart." The calm man shuddered. He could tell at once that the star luck stored in this small stone was on a completely different level from what they had collected. He immediately understood what the calm man was talking about. He quickly nodded and cupped his hands excitedly. "Thank you." Yun Nuashing waved his hand carelessly. "It's just a reward. A reward." After saying that, he boarded the Fire Phoenix. Just as he was about to leave, the calm man smiled and said, "My information isn't considered a secret. You can ask anyone about it, unless it's someone who came out of the mountains and hasn't heard of the divine miracle. Oh, by the way, is your sister okay?" "Sister?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. He turned around and looked at Little Moon and Yu-Er. He scratched his head. "She's okay?" Not this." The calm man scratched his head and pointed at a place. He said, "Just now a little girl flew out of your mount with a white ball in her arms. Isn't that your sister?" Yun Nuashing's expression changed drastically. Little Moon and the others were also shocked. They quickly looked at the Fire Phoenix. In the end, they didn't see the little girl's figure. Suddenly, their faces turned slightly pale. "Ah, little purple soul!" Yun Nuashing screamed and turned pale with fright. He hurriedly rode the Fire Phoenix and rushed in the direction he was pointing at. He didn't even have time to say goodbye. A blazing wind blew past, burning his hair until it curled up. The calm man let out a hollow laugh and silently bowed to them. What a strange family. Chapter 998. Thick black smoke floated in the air, and the thick black gas was extremely hot. Just by rolling a few times, hot air would sweep out. Looking from the edge, one could clearly see a very thick boundary. This was a mass of blazing black clouds, and the bottom of the clouds was illuminated orange by the fire below. This was a volcanic region, and it could be said that there were groups of volcanoes all over this land. The billowing black smoke was erupting from the volcanoes that were still active. This place was abnormally active. The thick black clouds covered the sky from 1,000 to 3,000 meters above the ground, spreading out for thousands of miles. It was like a black mountain range and looked incomparably magnificent from afar. At this moment, in this black cloud, there was a huge figure rapidly passing by, piercing a hole in the black cloud. Very quickly, this hole was filled with even more black gas. For this huge cloud mountain range, it was not even a scratch. And half a minute after the huge figure in front passed by, another group of people passed by. Their bodies were brimming with surging energy, and once again drilled a big hole in the black cloud. The size of this hole was quite big, and the surrounding black clouds could not fill it up in a short period of time. The huge figure in front seemed to be a four-winged giant bird. At this moment, it was holding up a thin layer of energy barrier as it passed through the black smoke. And on the back of the giant bird, there were 4 people, 1 boy and 3 girls. The boy was quite delicate and looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. He still looked a little immature, and his clothes were very casual. His clean white robe made it look like he was wearing a nightgown. The other 3 girls were also very pretty, and their appearances were different. They were all rare beauties. The young man's delicate face was slightly pale, and his breath was a little unstable. He seemed to be injured. He turned his head to look behind him, but in fact he could not see anything because he was still in the thick black smoke of the volcanic eruption. "Are those guys still chasing after us?" "They have been chasing for 2 days." The girl with bright eyes with a playful look reached out her hand and gently stroked the 4-winged giant bird. "Ching Ching has been flying for 2 days. For hours ago, I felt that it was a little tired. We have been flying at full speed for 2 days, and we still have to crash into various dangerous places. This can't be helped." The girl in the green dress sighed. She originally wanted to use some complicated terrain to get rid of the pestering insects behind them, but she did not expect them to be so close. After 2 days, not only did they not pull away, they even got closer. The boy pondered for a moment, looked at his palms that were glowing with a faint pink light, and said to the 3 girls in a deep voice, "If there is any chance, I will go and stop them. You guys fly forward and don't look back. They are coming for me, especially the entry qualification." That is hard to say. Among the 3 women, the tall and rather voluptuous woman stretched her waist, and a faint smile flashed across her slightly mature face. "We've foiled their plans time and time again, and they're already bearing a grudge against us. The qualification to enter is just one thing. I think they want our lives more than anything else." The boy laughed involuntarily. It seemed that this was not wrong. If it was him, and his plans were ruined several times, he would probably want to kill someone. "TCH, they are the ones who asked for it. Bullies." The playful girl pouted and was very unconvinced. If it was in the past, she would have already rushed up and fought with the guys behind her. However, the 4 of them really could not beat the other party. The more she thought about it, the more depressed she became. In the end, she was so angry that her hair flew up. "Ah, I am so angry. When did this princess get chased up and down like this? I have never had a moment of peace after coming to this Holy Spirit miracle. F***CK. Wait until we meet up with sister. See if I don't kill them. I will dig out their hearts and lungs and give them to Ching Ching as snacks." The young man and the 2 women's faces twitched. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This girl was about to go crazy. The last time she said and did this, she vomited all over the ground. Ching Ching also looked at her with disdain, saying that it didn't want to eat this thing. It was disgusting. Whoa. A buzzing sound came from heaven and earth, and the boy's expression shook. He turned around, and his expression changed slightly. He felt a huge energy fluctuation coming from behind him. "Princess, the other party is using energy to increase their speed. If we don't hurry up, they will catch up." Don't call me that. It is disgusting." The playful girl rolled her eyes at him and patted the giant green bird with her small hand. She was a little distressed. "Ching Ching, I know you are very tired, but hold on a little longer. Once we escape, I will give you good food to eat." The giant green bird let out a clear cry. It flapped its 4 wings and cut through the air. The green cyclone rolled out a huge hole in the volcanic cloud, and its speed suddenly became very fast in an instant. It left a blurry afterimage as it rushed past. It was also constantly twisting its body to avoid the eruption of the volcano below. You run quite fast. However, if I still let you escape after using this kind of power, I can go kill myself." Far behind the 4 people, the leader's eyes flashed. He looked at the people hiding in the dark clouds and sneered. He waved his hand, and the energy burst brought everyone across the sky, tearing apart half of the dark clouds. "Small and insignificant maggot, I want to see where you can run to." This chase had been going on for a long time, and now it had been extended by a few hours. They had almost crossed half of the Holy Spirit miracle. Many people had seen them on the way, and some of them had joined in the fun and chased after them. However, when they reached the volcanic area, they stopped and watched as the 2 groups rushed into the dark clouds. As time passed, the giant green bird gradually slowed down. The energy in this volcanic area was thicker and more viscous the deeper they went. There were many red energy balls in the volcanoes below, but the 4 people didn't have time to look at those high-quality stars. They were only focused on running for their lives. However, as their speed decreased, the distance between the 2 groups was rapidly closing. Damn it! Are these people crazy dogs? Are they dogs? Why are they chasing so closely? The girl was flustered and exasperated, especially when she saw Ching Ching's tired appearance. She couldn't help but curse. Hearing this, the young man's cheeks trembled. This princess didn't look like a princess at all. The energy density here is too high. We have to maintain a barrier to continue. But if we change direction and go to an open area without any cover, we can easily be killed by those guys from afar. The young man was also a little anxious. After chasing and fleeing for such a long time, he couldn't help but want to stomp his feet. This group of people was really very patient. They had the aura of wanting to chase to the ends of the earth and not let go. The young man was silent. After a while, he stood up and was about to walk behind the giant bird. When the princess saw this, she fiercely glared at him and coldly shouted, "Sit down! If we continue to chase, we will be caught. Now is not the time to talk about this." The young man shook his head. Seeing the princess fiercely staring at him, he shrunk his neck and looked at the other two girls. He softly said, "I have a 40% chance of escaping. Don't look back, just keep going." The energy in the young man's body surged, and an energy barrier formed around him. Just as he was about to step away from the giant bird, he saw something from the corner of his eyes. He couldn't help but be stunned and turn his head. A meter away from him stood a little girl. She was about 3 or 4 years old and looked very cute. Her extremely delicate little face and innocent gem-like eyes were extremely lethal to men and women, old and young. She was wearing a slightly luxurious purple gold dress. Her long purple gold hair flowed down her back, and she was holding a white meatball in her arms. The meatball looked at them curiously, then stretched out a piece of meat that might have been its neck and called out softly to them, "Woo woo." The sudden appearance of the little girl and the white meatball startled the young man and the 3 girls. They were alert for a moment, but when they saw that it was a cute little girl, their alert instantly disappeared. It was replaced by surprise and a sense of fondness when seeing a cute little girl. So cute! The princess jumped over and threw herself in front of the little girl. Her bright eyes sparkled, and her expression was slightly infatuated. "Little cutie, who are you? Which family are you from? Are you lost? Why are you here?" Little Purple Soul glanced at her and took a small step back. She hugged Little Magic and giggled. "My name is Little Purple Soul." After saying that, she ignored the little girl and quickly ran to the young man who was still a little confused. She reached out and tugged at the young man's trousers. Her small eyes sparkled with beautiful colors. She was very cute. "Yummy. Little brother has yummy food." The 4 of them were stunned. What did she mean by yummy food? They didn't bring out any yummy food. But this little girl was so cute. Her smile was so sweet that it could kill. The 4 of them looked at Little Purple Soul with a satisfied and intoxicated expression when she smiled. The 3 girls even moved their fingers, wanting to go up and pinch this little girl's cheeks. In short, Little Purple Soul's sudden appearance made the young man, who was ready to die, lose his composure. For a moment he was in a daze. It was only when Little Purple Soul tugged at his trousers that he came back to his senses. He thought for a moment, then took out a piece of barbecued meat from his space storage device. He asked curiously, "Is this?" Little Purple Soul shook her head. Little Magic also whimpered, wagging his tail and head to express his disapproval. The tall and slender woman walked in front of Little Purple Soul and rubbed her head. She raised her head to look at him and said, "This child, I can't see through her. Maybe she doesn't want anything ordinary? If it's not something normal, then the only good thing I have on me is—" The young man hesitated for a moment, then took out a palm-sized golden yellow object that had the texture of meat on it and handed it to Purple Soul. "This." Little Purple Soul sniffled and shook her head. The 4 of them were confused. The young man was inexplicably competitive. He took out all the yummy food from his space storage device. The 3 girls looked at the little girl expectantly. At that moment, the 4 of them had forgotten that they were being chased by a group of people. They suddenly paid attention to the little girl who was so cute when she smiled. No, it's not these. It's very fragrant. Very, very fragrant. Little Purple Soul shook her head vigorously. Her long hair swayed behind her back. Her cute little body made the princess drool. If it weren't for her modesty, she would have pounced on the little girl and hugged her. The young man's mind was in a mess. He almost poured out everything in his spatial storage device, but he still couldn't find it. Just as he was about to pour everything out, he took out a red flower the size of a palm. There was only one petal, and the petal was more than a foot long. There was no stem. This is it. This is it. The moment Little Purple Soul saw the fiery red flower, its gemstone eyes became unusually bright. It jumped up happily and cheered. It reached out its little hand at lightning speed and plucked a thumb-sized red fruit from the center of the flower. It put it into its little mouth and chewed twice. Its little face was filled with an indescribable comfort and satisfaction. Its slender eyebrows could not help but fly up. An incomparably happy smile bloomed on its face. Looking at it, the four of them were intoxicated and felt as if their bodies and minds had been healed. The delicate princess finally could not hold it in any longer. She pounced forward and pulled the Little Purple Soul into her embrace. She kissed and rubbed her little cheeks. The three of them could not help but smile bitterly. They had fallen under the attack of this cute little thing. But then again, what is this flower? The girl in the green dress took the flower from the young man's hand. She looked at it and realized that she couldn't recognize it. She then passed it to the tall princess. I don't know either. I picked it up by accident in a stone room. I put it together with a bunch of other stuff. I thought it looked good, so I kept it. The young man shook his head. Although he was the one who had the flower, he didn't know what it was for. Little Purple Soul shook her head in confusion when she was asked about it. I don't know either. I smelled it from afar and couldn't help but run over. Let's not talk about that first. The tall princess twirled the flower in her hand. Did you forget something? The young man and the others shuddered. They just remembered that there was a group of people behind them who were waiting to F***CK their butts. Now was not the time to be having fun. Hey, are you guys in big trouble? Seeing that the few of them had become extremely serious in an instant, even the atmosphere had changed. Little Purple Soul also came back to his senses from eating something delicious. He rubbed his little feet on the back of the giant green bird and raised his little face. His crisp and tender voice sounded very innocent and cute. The young man smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to respond, the four-winged bird suddenly screeched. The princess also cried out in alarm and quickly reminded everyone. She hugged Little Purple Soul tightly, and the bird's body suddenly slid downward. Boom! Just as the few of them were about to be sent flying by the sudden drop in speed, an unusually surging energy torrent that contained extremely high temperature swept over their heads, shattering a piece of space. The abrupt descent caused its speed to slow down. Just as the four-winged green bird was about to hurriedly turn around, the space around it suddenly froze, causing its huge body to abruptly freeze in midair. The expressions of the people on top of it also froze. Run. Keep running. Let's see where you can run to. In front of the giant bird and around it, figures emerged from the space around it. They stared the young man and the others with ferocious eyes. The weapons and energy in their hands were boiling. Among them, one of them could not wait to launch an extremely powerful attack. Seeing this, the young man and the others quickly worked together to erect an energy barrier. Boom! A powerful attack came unexpectedly and blasted on the energy barrier, causing the space around it to tremble. The violent tremors caused many cracks to appear on the edge of the barrier, which quickly spread to the center. However, before the center of the barrier collapsed, the energy dissipated and disappeared. The young man and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the energy used this time was not very strong. They were able to block the attack directly. Damn it! Put down the divine artifact if you dare. I'll fight you to my heart's content. The young man stomped his feet in exasperation. This group of people was too much. They were not very strong, but they were very good at using the divine artifact to bully the weak. They were all demigods. If they were not afraid of the divine artifacts in their hands, they could have easily defeated this group of people. What? Even if we have the divine artifact, it's still our strength. If you don't like it, take out your divine artifact and fight us. There's no restriction on using divine artifacts here. The man smiled faintly. His voice was filled with endless coldness. You've ruined my plans time and time again. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of interfering with us. Go to hell and regret it. Worm. F***CK. The young man spat fiercely. He hurriedly sent a message to the 3 girls. Break out of the encirclement in one direction. Don't look back. Just charge forward. You only have one chance. If you get surrounded again, you're done for. Ugh. Do you need my help? Little purple souls, gem-like eyes sparkled. I've eaten your food. My brother said that I can't eat other people's food for free. The young man and the others were speechless. They felt that the little girl's brother must have meant something else when he said that. He did not mean for her to run out and eat other people's food. Little girl, just sit tight. We can handle it. The princess smiled and rubbed her face, smiling faintly. The young man rolled his eyes and looked at little purple soul. Do you have any ideas? These people are quite strong. With divine artifacts, they're like tigers that have grown wings. It's okay. They're weak. Little purple soul shook her head. Her face was filled with indifference. She had seen so many life forms that could be considered enemies, but these were just a bunch of demigods. Even if they had divine artifacts, they were only slightly more advanced. Compared to the enemies her brother had faced, they were not even worth mentioning. However, after thinking about it, little purple soul stuck her tongue out. She was prepared to be scolded and beaten up. She came out of her own accord and brought trouble to herself. Conservatively speaking, she would be punished by being trapped in the spiritual realm for half a day. The young man and the others were at a loss. However, when they saw that the little girl's face was filled with confidence and didn't look like she was fooling around, they were also at a loss. They subconsciously nodded. Little girl, you can give it a try. Be careful. If you can get us out of here, I still have that thing that you like to eat. Little purple soul smiled happily when she heard that there was something good to eat. She nodded like she was pounding garlic. Then she took a few steps forward and hugged the white ball of meat in her arms tightly. A bright starlight appeared between her eyebrows. Then she took a deep breath, held it in for a while, and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Brother, help!" Chapter 999. Brother, sister, help me. The young man and the others' faces were distorted by the scream that was infinitely close to supersonic, and it also caused the air to vibrate. Visible folds appeared in the nearby space, and circles of ripples spread out. It was unknown whether it was the sound waves or the traces of space distortion, but this scream caused the area within a radius of 100 meters to become silent. Even the volcano below was silenced. Everyone was stunned on the spot, and their faces were blank. They didn't know how this little girl could shout out such a perverted sound wave. Little purple soul took a deep breath. She grabbed the young man's robe and wiped the saliva off the corner of her mouth. She smiled and said, "Oh, it's done." Everyone was speechless. Whether it was the youths or the pursuers, they were all dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. However, they could clearly sense that something was going on right after that. Boom! Space was changing, distorting, and the air was trembling. The berserk energy that permeated the volcanoes seemed to have sensed something in advance and retracted all of its energy, shivering. The dark clouds in the sky also trembled and rapidly dissipated. Not long after, one could see the clear sky and the boundless star field. An extremely terrifying energy was rapidly approaching, bringing with it an aura that seemed capable of destroying the world and exploding stars. This was an aura that was enough to make the heavens and earth tremble. In midair, not far from the young man and the others, the space suddenly distorted and a violent energy that could not be any stronger came out from it. It was as if an ancient demon god was slowly walking out from it. That terrifying aura made everyone not dare to move. Only little Purple Soul felt the most familiar aura and cheered in joy. After a while, a crack suddenly appeared in the distorted space and slowly formed a space door. A huge fire phoenix suddenly flew out of it and appeared in front of everyone. Yun Nuashing and his companions were on the back of the fire phoenix. Yun Nuashing's face was extremely gloomy. It could be said that the murderous aura that he released was almost condensed into a substance. He quickly looked around, but in the end he did not find any super threats such as gods or anything like that. What appeared in his line of sight were only a dozen or so demigods, and that terrifying aura was instantly withdrawn. When he turned around and saw little Purple Soul jumping on the four-winged green bird, Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. He appeared in front of the little girl in a flash and picked her up. He scolded her softly. "Where did you go? You scared us to death. Next time you go out, say something." Little Purple Soul stuck out her little tongue and shrunk her head. She knew that she had caused trouble, so she didn't resist. She lowered her head and accepted the scolding. She thought that Yun Nuashing would say something else, but she didn't hear anything. She couldn't help but raise her little head. She saw Yun Nuashing glaring at her and stammering, but he couldn't say anything. Little Purple Soul didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She forgot that her brother didn't know how to scold people. After waiting for a while and making sure that her brother had nothing else to say, Little Purple Soul quickly pulled Yun Nuashing's face. She pointed her little finger at the people surrounding them and said, "Brother, there are bad guys over there. Beat them up." The group of people turned pale with fright. They had sensed that the person who came out of the dimension portal was extremely dangerous, and it seemed like he had a lot to do with the little girl. Their hearts skipped a beat when she pointed at them, but they were still confused. They had been chasing the little girl for 2 days, but they hadn't seen her at all. If she had such a strong helper, they wouldn't have had to chase after her. Instead, it would have been their turn to run. "Don't talk nonsense." The leader's face turned pale. He quickly retorted, "I'm looking for them, not you." "You just threw a beam of energy at us," Little Purple Soul muttered. "Oh." When Yun Nuashing heard this, he replied with a long voice. With just a few words and a few reactions, he understood what had happened. Little Purple Soul had run out and somehow got mixed up with the 4 people beside her. Then, the group of people who were chasing after her had mistakenly thought that she was in their attack range. After all, she was just a small one. If they were not careful during the chase, they would not have noticed such a small little girl. Cold sweat broke out on the leader's face when he saw the strange expression on Yun Nuashing's face. He felt uneasy being stared at by the pair of beautiful eyes, and his heart was trembling. It was an inexplicable intuition that the celestial artifact in his hand didn't give him any sense of security. The whole place was filled with a suffocating aura of death. One careless mistake and he would be doomed eternally. His expression fluctuated indeterminately. The aura in the surroundings seemed to be directed at him alone, because no one else could sense this devouring aura. Instead, they looked at him with an indescribable expression. They did not know what had happened, but he was extremely clear that there was definitely a ferocious demon hidden under that adorable and beautiful face, or even a crazy demon. That aura pressured him to the point that his soul was about to shatter. A moment later, the devouring aura became even stronger. He shuddered and hurriedly put away the celestial artifact. He bowed and said, This is a misunderstanding." Yun Nuashing waved her hand impatiently and said coldly, "You have 5 seconds to disappear into the horizon. Also, I left an energy mark on them. If I find you guys here when the mark is broken, don't blame me for wiping out the entire place," he Hearing that, the leader was sweating profusely. He nodded, so hard that he almost left afterimages. He didn't dare to say anything else. Instead, he quickly waved his hand and fled into the distance. Sometimes the aura and the pressure on the soul were even scarier than a direct attack. At least, he was scared out of his wits. Although it was only 5 seconds, Yun Nuashing didn't really count those 5 seconds. To a group of demigods, even if they were wielding a low-tier celestial artifact, it was only a matter of time for her to flick her fingers. Moreover, little Purple Soul was obviously unharmed. She probably joined in the fun of others. Therefore, there was no need for her to deal with these ants. After those people left, Yun Nuashing put little Purple Soul on her shoulder. She looked at the 4 people who were still in a daze. She smiled and said, "Although I don't know what exactly happened, but my little sister has troubled you guys. I'm sorry." Hearing that, the young man trembled violently. He quickly waved his hand and said, No, the little girl is quite cute. Ugh, we should be the ones thanking her for chasing them away." The delicate princess heaved a sigh of relief. She lay down on the ground and mumbled, "They're finally gone. I'm so tired. I'm so tired." After saying that, she felt that something was wrong. Ching Ching seemed to be trembling. She felt a sense of fear coming from Ching Ching. She couldn't help but turn to Yun Nuashing and said, "Big sister." "Oh, it should be big brother. Little Purple Soul called you that." Everyone scratched their heads. Yun Nuashing had the face of a girl. She was so beautiful that she could mesmerize anyone. However, she was actually a guy. When the young man first saw Yun Nuashing and heard little Purple Soul call him Big Brother, he felt that his worldview was about to collapse. This was completely illogical. How could there be a man in this world who looked more like a girl than a girl? If you have something to say, just say it. Yun Nuashing raised her chin and said, "Your bird is too scary. Tell it to restrain itself. My Ching Ching is scared." The delicate princess pointed at the phoenix not far away, then at Ching Ching by her feet. She blinked at Mei Mao and said in a wrong tone that Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She smiled bitterly and waved her hand. "That's not a mount. It's a condensation of my power." "Ugh, let's not talk about that. Why did this girl come here?" Yun Nuashing shook her head and asked. "She just ate something." The young man scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. He told them everything that happened after little Purple Soul appeared and took out the flower. Yun Nuashing took the flower and looked at it. The petals were 1 foot long, and there was a fruit hanging from the top of the 3 stamens. It looked like a fruit, but it didn't look like a fruit. "This is just a very ordinary." "I guess it's not that ordinary. It doesn't have any medicinal properties, and it's not a precious herb. The only thing worth mentioning is that these 2 fruits are very delicious. They can be said to be the most delicious thing in the world, but they don't have much value." "Is it just delicious?" Little Moon came to her side and poked the stamen with her finger. Yun Nuashing pondered and looked at little Purple Soul who was sitting on her shoulder. She hesitated for a moment and said, "In the past, when I was dealing with children and pets who were picky about their food, I would mix in some of these things for them to eat." Everyone was stunned. Little Purple Soul stomped her little legs and said angrily, "I'm not picky about my food." Yun Nuashing smiled helplessly and patted the girl's head. "I didn't say that you're picky about your food. It's just that this flower is used in this way. It's understandable that you were attracted to it. After all, your nose is more sensitive than..." The last sentence was said very softly and no one heard it. He felt that after saying this sentence, his hair would be braided into knots by this naughty little girl, the kind that couldn't be untied even after a long time. However, he didn't feel happy if he didn't say it out loud. He didn't know how this little girl's nose grew, but she actually flew over from such a far distance, thousands of miles away. She even accurately smelled the scent coming from this young man's body. This sense of smell was a little too miraculous. "That's all. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." Yun Nuashing nodded to the few of them. Just as he was about to leave, the tall and slender woman hurriedly said, "Hey, wait. Do you have urgent matters to attend to now?" Yun Nuashing shook her head. "We don't have anything to do." The lady was stunned for a moment and smiled bitterly. She ran her fingers through her hair and said, "You saved us." I feel bad if I let you leave like this." Yun Nuashing was just about to wave his hand and say that there was no need to mind it. He was just bringing his little girl home. However, the royal sister only paused for a moment before continuing. "There is a special area in this volcanic group. There's a very strange energy and strange star luck there. However, it is quite dangerous there. Currently, many people have tried but have not been able to successfully enter. However, if it is you, perhaps you can break through. There's such a place." Yun Nuashing raised her eyes. The long-haired woman nodded with a smile. After identifying the direction, she extended her hand towards a direction. "It's roughly in that direction. Follow this direction and you'll see a very special volcano. It's very easy to recognize. The destination is within the volcano." Yun Nuashing looked in that direction and activated the Eye of the Ocean. The evil spirit eye also moved and looked in that direction. Not long after, they saw a very special volcano. It was bigger than the surrounding volcanoes by more than 1 or 2 times. If it was a volcano, then the volcanoes beside it were just some small hills that were spitting fire. "What about you guys?" Yun Nuashing asked again. "We won't go. We don't have the fortune to enjoy it." The young man waved his hand and said, "In fact, when we first entered the Holy Spirit Miracle, we went there, but we didn't find anything. Later, the volcanoes erupted, and everyone had to retreat from here. I didn't expect that we would be chased back here. If you want to go, be careful." Yun Nuashing was surprised. She thought that they would go with her. In the end, they just told her about the place and left it at that. The young man smiled as he took out all the red flowers from his interspatial storage device and handed them to Yun Nuashing. He then reached out to poke Little Purple Soul's face and said, "Little Purple Soul, you have to eat properly. I'm not picky." Little Purple Soul went crazy. She grabbed Yun Nuashing's long hair and pulled, causing the latter to scream in pain. Little Moon and the others smiled bitterly. She was indeed not picky, because the things she ate were divine items that were hard to come by. She even ate fairy items as snacks. After a while, Yun Nuashing and the others said goodbye to them and rushed in the direction that the young man and the others had mentioned. The young man and the others watched as Yun Nuashing and the others disappeared from their sight. Their eyes flashed, and they couldn't help but chuckle. What a strange family! Princess Jiao Qiao waved her hand and ordered the giant cyan bird to turn around and fly out of the volcanoes. They had entered this place to escape, but there was no need for that now. At this time, some of the volcanoes had already been extinguished. The power of the stars that had just been released had covered most of the land, causing the energy in this place to be chaotic. The volcanoes below had quieted down a lot, but it was not as calm as it seemed. Violent energy was still lurking under the ground. Moreover, there were many powerful magic beasts that were active in the volcanoes. However, they felt the absolute suppression of the phoenix and shrank their heads. Not a single magic beast ran out, afraid that they would be smothered by the owner of that pressure. The many magical beasts below also attracted the attention of Yun Nuashing and the others. However, they didn't pay too much attention to them. The fact that these magical beasts were suppressed by the phoenix's power meant that they were still conscious. They weren't like the beasts they encountered in the Sea of Beasts, so they didn't have to worry about being attacked. This is that place. After the phoenix stopped, Yu was the first to poke her head out. She saw that there was an incomparably huge volcano below. Inside the volcano there was boiling magma. However, it was purple gold magma. It looked very beautiful and dangerous. Although this energy had the aura of a demigod, the strength of the energy it emitted wasn't just at the demigod level. There's actually a transcendent energy here, and it's naturally formed. Interesting. Yun Nuashing took a glance and sighed softly. What is a transcendent energy? Little Moon asked. It's just a name for a special kind of energy. Yun Nuashing looked at the purple-gold magma below and said, for example, as demigods, the energy we release is only at the demigod level. However, we can use mystic arts, divine arts, and many other methods to unleash power that surpasses the demigod level. In other words, the strength of the energy we release is the realm, which is the surface strength. However, the strength of the energy we can release is what we usually call the true strength. On the other hand, the energy born in nature is calm. It won't have this kind of change that surpasses one's own strength. The energy born in nature belongs to the demigod level, and that's the energy of the demigod level. When the energy concentration is high enough, it will mutate and produce special energy. Even if it's comparable to the energy of the human demigod level, it's only that level of energy. Because no one controls it, it can't be like life forms like us, using the energy we possess to release power that surpasses one's own realm. However, there is a type of energy, what I call transcendent energy. It's the energy born in nature and can release power that surpasses one's own energy aura. It's quite dangerous. After all, anyone who senses it for the first time will only think that it's a demigod level energy. However, once they jump down without any preparation, they'll realize that the energy that surrounds them is comparable to the energy of the demigod level. By then, it'll be too late to regret. After Yun Nuashing finished speaking, Little Moon shook her head and quickly understood. To put it simply, this transcendent energy was a wolf in sheep's clothing. It should be at the demigod level, but it released the power of the demigod level. Yes, that's what it is. After hearing her summary, Yun Nuashing's face twitched as she nodded. This should be something that only life forms with spiritual intelligence can do, but it's reflected in the energy born in nature. Therefore, it's given the name transcendent energy. These are not common, but if they exist, they will quickly become famous, because this transcendent energy has extremely special effects. For example. And Mei Mao's eyes sparkled as they looked at her expectantly. Yun Nuashing smiled as she gently flicked her finger in front of her forehead. She said, do you remember what we saw in the comments section of the 9 Milky Way in Spirit State City? Is there a strongest level in a certain level? The answer is, there is, but it's not that easy to reach. The so-called strongest level in a certain level means that when you cultivate to this level, you shouldn't rush to pursue a higher level. Instead, you should cultivate the part of your current level to the most perfect and complete state. For example, in the demigod level, we mainly cultivate divinity and wash away the mundane part of our body. We continue to condense our spirit and soul power so that they can be sublimated and reach the limit of this level. Then, when we reach the 9th level of the demigod level, we will reach the limit. Under this state, we will be very powerful when we advance to the beginner god level. However, many of the so-called young experts nowadays, those divine sons and divine venerables, I can see that their souls and spiritual powers are not very strong. They neglect these things when they reach the demigod level and blindly pursue higher realms, neglecting the cultivation of their spiritual powers and soul powers. Even if they succeed in advancing to the initial god level, there will still be oversights during the divine tribulation to reconstruct their bodies and become more powerful. This is because their spiritual powers and souls will not be able to keep up with the pace of their realms before stepping onto a higher level. This will pull their powers to 2 extremes. Even if they cultivate back to the initial god level in the future, there will still be a huge gap between them. Even if they are at the 8th god level, there will still be differences in strength. So on and so forth. Yun Nuashing smiled and didn't say anything. Little Moon quickly reacted. That kind of god is also weak. Yun Nuashing's face stiffened and she nodded stiffly. That's right. Ahem, let's get back to the main topic. Transcendent energy. can make up for the flaws of the corresponding level. It's just that it's relatively more dangerous. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and said, "This purple gold magma is at the demigod level and has the power of a beginner god. It's not much of a threat to us. Cultivating in it can gradually make up for the flaws in the cultivation of a beginner god. The energy it provides can't help one's cultivation to advance, but it can gradually make one's body better. It's very suitable for you. I originally wanted to make you guys perfect a little, but I didn't expect to encounter transcendent energy. It saved me a lot of trouble." Splash! As soon as he finished speaking, he saw an extremely huge splash in the purple gold magma below. He was stunned, and when he turned around in a daze, he found that Yu-Er was gone. Then he thought of the sound of something falling in just now, and his face couldn't help but twitch. Wasn't this girl a little too impatient? Splash! A few more huge splashes sounded, making Yun Nuashing's face twitch. She shook her head helplessly and hugged the little purple soul, who was still the most obedient one. She waved her hand and made the fire phoenix dissipate. She fell down and landed on the surface of the purple gold magma. Seeing the girls cheering and playing in the water during her speech, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Absorb the transcendent energy and let it flow through every inch of your body as much as possible. Also, don't miss out on your soul and mind. It can automatically find flaws and make up for them. As long as you expose the flaws, it'll be fine. As Yun Nuashing spoke, she looked at Chu Xianling and said, "Fairy, there's something wrong with your energy carrier. Try to soak in the transcendent energy for a longer period of time." Chu Xianling's pretty face stiffened. She didn't expect that Yun Nuashing would be able to find out that there was something wrong with her energy carrier without even checking her condition. When I was cultivating at the demonic rank, I was a little rushed. When I was advancing to the demigod rank, the energy conversion wasn't complete. I was pointed out once. Chu Xianling stuck out her little tongue and lowered her little head. "It's fine. You can make up for it here. The transcendent energy has such an effect. If you're lucky, you can even take away a strand of energy essence and integrate it into your energy carrier. It can mutate your own energy and make it purer. You might even obtain some special effects. Of course, people above the demigod rank won't have such an effect. After all, this transcendent energy is only at the demigod rank." The few of them nodded. Although the purplish gold lava was hot, they had an energy barrier supporting them and wouldn't burn their bodies. The strange energy was continuously used. The purplish gold light entered their bodies, and wherever it passed, every cell wriggled and opened their bellies to greedily devour it. A few vortexes appeared where they stood, and Ah-Zi quickly absorbed the transcendent energy. Little Moon opened her eyes and saw Yun Nuashing floating on the surface of the lava. She couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, aren't you coming down?" "Me. The demigod transcendent energy is useless to me." Yun Nuashing shook her head. In order to prove this, she even jumped down and buried half her body in the lava. However, Little Moon and the others didn't feel any signs of the transcendent energy surging toward him. There were no vortexes forming around him either. It seemed like he couldn't absorb the energy here. "My body has already reached the perfect demigod rank state. Even the power of the stars has long surpassed the scope of the demigod rank. These things are useless to me long ago. I can use the transcendent energy of the demigod rank, though." Yun Nuashing shrugged and floated up from the lava. She said, "I'll protect you. Cultivate as much as you can. I'll also go and collect some celestial fate. There seems to be golden celestial fate here." Little Moon and the others nodded. They took a deep breath and gradually calmed their minds and entered a state of cultivation. After coming into contact with the transcendent energy, they could clearly feel that there were many flaws in their bodies. They were all trying their best to make up for them. This was related to the higher path in the future. Chapter 1000. The purple magma kept rising and falling like boiling water, and huge bubbles appeared. Below the magma, there were a few figures sitting cross-legged. No matter how the magma moved, they remained motionless. Their bodies produced a huge attractive force, and the energy of the surrounding magma was absorbed into their bodies. Looking at the surface of the magma, one could see a huge whirlpool. However, even with such a huge absorption, the magma lake did not have the slightest change. Yun Nuashing observed for a while and felt that there should be no problem. Then he flew around the surface of the magma lake to collect the star Fate that emerged from the bottom of the lake. It was the golden star Fate. Although it was 1 grade lower than the black star Fate, it was still very good. This magma lake was a little too big. Even though the mountain looked very huge from the outside, the lake felt much bigger than it looked from the outside. Yun Nuashing flew for a few minutes, but he still did not reach the edge. It seems to be space extension. After flying for a while, he could not help but stop and look around. Yun Nuashing was slightly enlightened. He had thought that this place was really that big. The so-called space extension was to extend a space that was originally only about 10 feet wide to 10,000 feet wide. However, from the outside, that place still gave people the feeling that it was only about 10 feet wide. It was a very common method that could be easily performed by middle-ranked gods and above. As for how big it could be extended, it depended on one's ability to control and use the power of space. Well, Yu and Yur's melted starstones are all full. Fairy and Little Chen's are almost the same. Yun Nuashing tossed the 4 pieces of melted starstones in his hand and could not help but frown. How should he put it? He was a little dissatisfied. Although the golden star Fate stone seemed to be 1 grade lower than the black star Fate stone. In fact, among the last 4 colors, mixed colors were the rarest. Among them, the most common was purple-black, and the rarest was the red-black that he mentioned. A pure color was not as powerful as a mixture of 2 colors. I don't know if we will encounter other colors on the way. I'd better keep them. Yun Nuashing sighed and looked around. Then she shouted towards a high wave on the magma lake not far away, "Little girl, come here!" The waves suddenly disappeared. Before Yun Nuashing could see anything, he had already opened his arms. Then a petite figure jumped into his embrace. 2 tiny arms were wrapped around his neck, and he could hear her giggling. He did not understand what little purple soul was laughing about. "How do you feel?" Yun Nuashing asked softly as she rubbed little purple soul's long purple hair. Little purple soul giggled and climbed onto his shoulder. She raised her head and thought for a moment. Her legs were still swinging. After a while she said, "You don't feel anything?" Yun Nuashing was not surprised by her answer. He had let the little girl try to absorb the transcendental energy, and it seemed that the result was the same. It's expected. He had never seen a soul that could emit such a strong immortal chi. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was an immortal spirit herself. In fact, it was even more inconceivable, hazy, and unfathomable than an immortal spirit. Even now, he still didn't know which family this little girl came from. She didn't seem to remember anything. With all these circumstances added together, he couldn't help but think, could it be that this little girl was some kind of immortal spiritual item that had gained sentience and came out to take human form? But it's impossible for a fairy to have sentience because they are too powerful. That kind of power, that kind of pure and ethereal energy, makes them lose the right to have sentience, unless they are like Violet Knight, who was given a godhead by a god and formed a godhead body. But I can't feel the power of a godhead from the little girl. Yun Nuashing carried little purple soul on his shoulder and flew above the lava lake for a while. He shook his head and threw these random thoughts out of his head. He had been thinking about this problem for a long time, but he could not come to a conclusion. No matter how much he thought about it, it was useless. Transcendent energy at the demigod level. I wonder if it can evolve to the initial god level. I wonder if the primal chaos void array of 10,000 calamities is still there. It's filled with the transcendent energy at the initial god emperor level. If I have the time, I should go and look for it. After returning to the place where Little Moon and the others were cultivating, Yun Nuashing sat cross-legged in the air and observed for a while. He felt that he could not sit still anymore, so he waved his hand and set up a level 5 or 6 divine rank concealment formation. He then flew into the sky. Just as he arrived at the mouth of the volcano, he was still worried. He waved his hand and set up a total of 18 formations. Only then did he feel at ease and flew into the distance. It was a dark and boundless starry sky. Stars scattered all over the dark space. There were traces of shattering everywhere in this space. The space was torn apart and swallowed by the cracks in the void. A few stars were unfortunately swept into the cracks in the void and were swallowed by the void, disappearing without a trace. In the starry sky, Yuan grimaced. His body was sore all over. He fell backward and lay on his back in the starry sky like a floating corpse. His long hair was disheveled, and his white robe was torn and tattered. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth that he was too lazy to wipe away. This was the most intense battle he had ever fought in all these years. However, it was still much weaker than the one-sided beating he got from Yun Nuashing. It could only be said that it was a battle of equal strength. His body was about to fall apart. He had used everything he had learned, but in the end, both of them were injured. Looks like my cultivation is still not enough. Yuan, she sucked in a cold breath and turned his head. Not far away from him floated a figure. His aura was even more dispirited and weak, and his handsome face was covered in bruises. He was in a very sorry state. This person was Yi Wenlu. He no longer had the elegance and confidence he had when they first met. Right now, he seemed extremely comical. The two of them lay upright in the starry sky. Every movement caused their bodies to twitch in pain. Clearly, the battle just now had ended with both of them suffering injuries. However, Yi Wenlu's realm was a few minor realms higher than Yuanxi's, so this battle could be considered a small victory for Yuanxi. Unlike the tragic situation here, on the other side, Devil Nightmare was still alive and kicking in the starry sky, running here and there to collect the fate of the stars. His opponent, Yanhua, had already fallen straight down and was supported by the thin and weak youth. It seemed that this was a one-sided victory. However, Devil Nightmare was still feeling somewhat weak. It seemed that even this madman would not be able to win this battle as easily as it seemed. He was originally a battle maniac and had even received guidance from Yun Nuashing. Every day, he would be trampled on the ground by Yun Nuashing. His battle prowess was even more exaggerated. In their team, he was a battle prodigy and was estimated to be in the top 5. The only one who could directly crush him was probably Yun Nuashing. Brother Yen. The thin and weak youth supported Yanhua. His tone was somewhat horrified, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The two legends in his heart, the two people who could break through anything, had been defeated at the same time today. Furthermore, they had lost to two people whose realms were lower than theirs. How could he not be shocked? Yanhua and Yi Wenlu were people who could fight across realms. But now they had lost to two people whose realms were lower than theirs. A look of helplessness flashed across Yanhua's boorish face. He gently shook his head, pressed his right hand on his left shoulder, and pushed with all his might to reconnect his dislocated left hand. He looked at Yi Wenlu, who was lying in the starry sky in the distance, panting incessantly. In reality, he had not even taken a single breath. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Yi Wenlu had actually lost. He had also lost. After muttering to himself for a while, Yanhua sighed heavily. "It's all right. It's just a defeat. We can get it back in the future. What's your name?" He sat up slightly and looked at Nightmare, who was jumping around in the starry sky like a rabbit, and asked in a low voice, "Oh, you're calling me? Are you calling me?" Nightmare turned his head away, and a wild and crazy smile that did not match his handsome face appeared on his handsome face. "My name is Nightmare. I'm just a nightmare. I'm someone who was defeated by the boss." Right now, I'm still cultivating, hoping that one day I'll be able to last 10 seconds against the boss. I'm not a big deal, so please don't remember me. Yen Hua's face darkened when he saw his crazy appearance. Although there were many things in his words that were worth paying attention to, he did not think too much about it. He only nodded. Nightmare, I'll remember you. My name is Yen Hua. I'll get it back in the future. After saying that, he raised his 2 weak arms and cupped his hands heavily. Also, thank you for not killing me. I can't die for the time being. Ho ho, are you protecting your boss? Your eyes are so similar to ours. It's a pity that you're a little stronger than your boss, but we're much weaker than him. Conservatively speaking, you can kill me with a snap of your fingers. Hey, my cultivation is still not enough. Why don't we fight a few more 1,000 rounds? I think you're a good opponent. You're usually beaten by the boss, and Yuan, she has been training with me for a long time. We're neck and neck, so I need a new opponent. Nightmare talked nonstop as soon as he opened his mouth. Yen Hua and the skinny youth were stunned. After a while, Yen Hua's face twitched and his determined face collapsed. He helplessly shook his head. Forget it this time. I can't fight anymore. Hey, that's a pity. Next time. I'll find you next time when I'm stronger. Hey, but the boss said that the world is so big that we might not see each other again. Where can I find you in the future? Let's leave it to fate. We'll talk about it when we meet. If you're itching to fight, you're welcome to Divine Sky City in the northern wilderness of the Divine Land. You can ask someone to pass a message to me. I'll go there sometimes. But I don't have a fixed place now. How many years has it been since I went there? Oh, it's so troublesome. Forget it. Leave it to fate, leave it to fate. The skinny youth was dizzy. He was almost confused by Nightmare's words. How did this guy develop the ability to keep talking? The noise over there made Yuan Shi, who wanted to lie down quietly, sigh bitterly. Couldn't these two guys block out the surroundings when they talked? Even the power of the soul was transmitted. After lying down for a while, he felt more comfortable. Yuan Shi took a deep breath, sighed, and said, Hey, the one playing the guqin over there. If you have something to say, just say it. Yi Wenlu replied weakly. He wasn't as freakish as the Nightmare duo who could sit up after fighting. He had used the strongest combat power he had ever used in his life, but in the end, both sides were still injured. This made him feel a little depressed. His invincible legend had been broken. Where did you get that Celestial King battle song? Yuan Shi gasped. The Celestial King battle song that Yi Wenlu had played during the battle had given him a fright. The powerful strength that he had displayed had left him in a terrible fix. What was even more shocking was that this guy was actually completely fine after the song ended. Didn't Little Star say that this was the self-destruction divine song? The kind that would kill 1,000 enemies but lose 1,200 of their own? Fortunately, it was the Celestial King battle song. Its auxiliary function was stronger than its combat power. If it had been another song, he might have died here. You actually know that it's the Celestial King battle song? Yi Wenlu was stunned. He abruptly turned his head, but the wound on his neck was pulled. It hurt so much that he sucked in a breath of cold air. Yuan, she nodded stiffly and said, I have a friend who also knows the Celestial King battle song. He even played the complete. At this point, he suddenly came to a realization. So that's how it is. Your Celestial King battle song isn't complete. No wonder it didn't damage itself, so its power isn't very strong. He had heard Yin Nuoxing play a flawless Celestial King battle song before. Compared to Yi Wenlu's performance at this moment, it was far too inferior, whether it was in terms of artistic conception or other aspects. It's incomplete. When Yi Wenlu heard this, he immediately jumped up. It was as if he was on the verge of death. He sat up in shock. *CK, I played a fake song. Yuan, she smiled bitterly and shook his head. He wasn't too sure about this. In any case, listening to his performance wasn't as comprehensive as listening to Little Star's performance. If what you played is all that you know, then it might be an incomplete celestial king battle song. Yi Wenlu's expression was gloomy and uncertain. He stood in a daze for a long time. Then he smiled bitterly and lay down again. He muttered to himself in his heart, "This is really the punishment for playing by accident, is not getting the complete celestial king battle song." Thinking of this, he looked at Yuan Shi, who was struggling to sit up. His mouth twitched, and he wanted to ask his friend where he had obtained the complete celestial king battle song. However, after thinking about it, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. This kind of secret couldn't be said. It was better not to waste his breath. "I'll find time to go back to the Celestial King Valley to take a look. I might have missed something." Yi Wenlu raised his head and looked at Yan Hua and Yi Wenlu. He transmitted his voice. "Yan Hua, let's go. It's time to retreat, since we've lost." After saying this, he looked at the reddish-black giant again. The place where the big guy had originally been was already empty. That unbelievably beautiful girl had already put it away. However, she had been watching the battle from the side and hadn't rushed up to help. If they had all come to participate in the battle, they would probably have died here. Wenlu. Yan Hua supported the thin and weak young man to come in front of him. They looked at each other, and both of them sighed. He waved his hand and said, "Don't say anything, don't say anything. A loss is a loss. In life, it's only fun to meet one or two opponents that you can't defeat, isn't it?" He looked very carefree, as if he really didn't take it to heart. Yan Hua was silent, but he saw Yi Wenlu clenching his fists. He probably wasn't as carefree as he said. He, who had never tasted defeat before, had finally encountered an extremely strong opponent here today. He had even almost died in battle. He had already done everything he could, used the Celestial King battle song, and burned all his blood, but still lost. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that he was still standing here, alive. "Let's go. There's still many things to do. There's still star fate to collect. We can't stay here." Yi Wenlu laughed loudly, loosening his clenched fists. He dragged his still sore body, patted Yan Hua's shoulder, and stubbornly staggered away. Seeing the three leave dejectedly, Yuan, she got up and looked at Nightmare, who had walked to the side, and said, "Did you beat him until he lost his soul?" No. Nightmare shook his head, saying, "It was you who beat him until his soul flew away. Such a good lad. Is he going to be dispirited just like that? What a pity." "I don't think so." Chu Yingzhan, Ziyan, and the other two slowly walked over. The former had watched the two battles and was rather shocked. With such a powerful force, even God King experts would have a chance of victory, unless it was a God King expert who was a little more special. The divine technique he cultivates is above divine grade, and his level of cultivation is definitely better than ours. He needs to cultivate it for a longer time, which is why you guys fought so hard. We just learned divine techniques above divine grade not long ago, and I don't think his divine technique is better than the one Fool gave us." Chu Yingzhan said and stretched. "Well, I can't deny that he is a strong opponent, probably not worse than the second generation on the sovereign list." Yes, he is a rare strong opponent. I hope we won't be dispirited just like that. I still want to play with them in the future. The boss is too perverted. Being beaten up all the time will leave a psychological shadow," Nightmare said sincerely. In response, Yuan Shi and the others all nodded seriously. If they wanted to increase their battle prowess the fastest, they would have to find that monster to spar with. If you had 1,000 ways of fighting, he would be able to return with 10,000 ways of fighting. It was guaranteed that he would be able to beat anyone to a pulp. If they wanted to relax and not have any psychological trauma, it would be better to find a normal person to spar with. "Did you collect that big star?" Yuan, she turned his head, looked at the empty space and gasped. Zian nodded. "Yes, but my melt star stone wasn't enough, so I borrowed Sister Yan's. It's already full, and I even poured out all the ones I collected before. Here I am." Chu Yingzhan pointed at herself helplessly. Her melt star stone was almost full as well. After all, it was originally 3 people's worth. "Hey, what's that in your hand?" Yuan, she was just about to speak when Nightmare grabbed his wrist and waved it in front of him. There was a faint pink light on the former's palm. It was very mysterious, and he couldn't feel the energy density. I'm not sure. Yuan, she was also stunned. He waved his hand in front of him and shook his head. Then he looked at Nightmare and the others and said in surprise, "You have it too." Xian and the others were also stunned. They raised their hands and looked at it. Only then did they realize that their hands were also covered in this pink light. After looking at it for a while, they didn't feel any danger. After thinking about it, they didn't bother to pay attention to it. Like Yun Nuashing, Chu Yingzhan shrugged and said, "Forget it, I don't care. I don't think there's any danger. Compared to this, let's hurry up and fill up your melt star stones. If we miss this opportunity, we won't get another one. We don't know how long this place can stay open, so we have to save some energy to retreat. What if we find a better quality celestial fate?" Yuan, she spread his hands. "I feel that the celestial fate with color fusion seems to be stronger." Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes. "Are you stupid? Why don't you just throw away what you've collected or use it to practice when you see it?" Yuan, she thought for a while and felt that it was true. He sat down and recovered some energy. Then he ran to other places in this star field with Nightmare to collect celestial fate.